I can't believe I committed the greatest sin of being late on my YouTube stream. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I will never be late for YouTube ever again. Okay, so today's stream, I'm gonna be working on a comic today. And then I'm gonna be restarting this homework assignment. I mean, not homework. Why do I keep saying fucking homework? Jesus fucking Christ. This is a job. This is my job. Okay, so basically I'm gonna be restarting my commission art. But I might start out with today I'm gonna be making a comic. Because, I don't know, this next couple of weeks, I'm just going to be sketching out some comics. And then I'm going to be working on finishing up said comics. And I think it'll be really fun. Anyway, I'm just watching this really long, boring debate about stuff, about the transes. But, you know what? Fuck you guys. You gotta join me in listening to the rest of this retarded debate. It's pretty great, actually. I actually really like it. The serfs, I'm not a huge fan of them politically, but I don't know. I mean, wait, politically, I do agree with a lot of what they say. Wait, what? I think I just heard stuff about them that I heard it's not great, but I don't know. They're doing pretty good, honestly, in this debate. Okay, so where do I open OBS? What? Suck. Okay. What? Yeah. What? I wish this part wouldn't show. Wait, can I hide that? Match title, otherwise find window. Otherwise find a window of same type. Fuck. I wish it just didn't show the fucking thing. Whatever, I don't care. I actually don't care. Did you know I don't care? I don't care. I really don't. I really don't care. Please believe me when I say I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? I don't care.
To 21,598 participants. And this covers people in childhood,
listen, data is the plural of anecdote.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think we're seeing the a rapid increase in the past few years of young people identifying as trans?
Okay, can I answer that?
Can you read this?
Yeah, of course. So it shows the 2015 U.S. transgender survey of 21,598 participants that with hormone therapy, psychological distress for children reduces by 222%, late adolescence 153%, adulthood 81%. Suicidal ideation for children goes down 135%, for adolescents 62%, and for adults 21%. That is dramatic.
Is this the Stanford Medical School survey analysis done by Jack Turbin?
I don't know the person who did it.
Okay.
But in terms of the increase, Tim, of people...
Because there was a study done by Stanford Medical School that very closely fits the description of what you've just read out there, which is very ascientific and that is collected point. Yeah, so just please find the source of that, because I want to pull that apart. I want to be sure that I know you're talking about that study.
I'm curious as to why you think it's increasing so much.
What's that signify?
Oh, a full binder Andy. He came with a binder and everything. That's crazy.
History of left-handedness.
This is the history of left-handedness in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what
he printed it?
It levels.
Yo, it's like he's in Congress.
We used to
he should get the big printer.
Who were left-handed as satanic, as the devil, all that kind of shit. Do you remember that, right? And that's why there was a lot of people who didn't record themselves as being left-handed. And then boom, when we stopped doing that after the 1880s and in the 1900s, it spiked. Now this spike isn't because there was a whole bunch of indoctrination, or Alex Jones was like, oh, left-handed ideology, everyone has become left-handed. This has nothing to do with that. This meme
is very real.
People there were, and then it plateaued. We are in a situation right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, and because
I got any queer bisexuals in chat?
that's why Gen Z
with
of all generations,
there was a trans genocide.
Yeah. So here's.
This is the actual statistics on people increasing. You can see the red one. That is Gen Z. That is the amount of people who in Gen Z, it's skyrocketing. It looks like they're identifying more than ever because their generation feels more comfortable talking about this kind of stuff.
So you don't think that there's like a trans genocide or anything like that?
I don't think that there's a trans indoctrination that is coming through media.
Genocide, I said it.
Yes, and I'm saying that I don't.
What do these two things have to do with each other? There are people who there are a lot of more people who are vocally for killing people who illegally cross the border, but there are a lot of people who cross the border. So are they really saying that?
I don't think there's a trans indoctrination coming through media that is programming kids to become trans. I think that's ridiculous. So, and if you want to change topics to talk about trans genocide, we can move on to that. But you asked me specifically why is there a spike? Yeah. That is why.
Okay, so my follow-up is you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No. Right now there's over 400 different bills being pushed in the United States that is directly targeting trans people.
So they don't.
Okay, now I know I see what he's going to try to do. He's like, oh, it's safer than ever. In some places, yes, it is safer than ever. In many places, no. It is not. It is in some places. It is actually worse than ever. Florida being one, Texas being another one.
Don't feel safe.
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws, draconian people who pass.
Also, that's self-reported. That's not saying that they do that in public. You can be trans, but also not tell. You could be closeted. Ever heard of like being closeted?
That's laws. The boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government. They're still the ones passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is.
Should I be in government?
Okay.
Base.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
No!
They're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization.
Yeah,
and
so
puberty blockers have a very high rate.
No one cares.
Cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual.
That's true, but Tim also believes that like, seeing as like trans people are born, they're not created. They're kind of like trans people are kind of like have you guys ever thought about how trans people are kind of like a state of matter? How they're even more fundamental than, just being like a part of the gender bimodal distribution. How they're literally like a state of matter. How there's like solid, liquid, gas, plasma, trans. It's kind of weird how that works out, right? They're like matter. They're just like it's like a state of matter. They're like matter. You can't create them and you can't destroy them. You can try. They have a really long half-life. But no, I don't know. This is just weird. This is all just so weird. Anyone here a draconian person? I got any draconian gender gays?
Puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual.
It can.
So these people can no longer reproduce.
All right.
That's genocide.
Okay.
Well,
is this the joke you're gonna go for?
Well, just because they can't reproduce doesn't. That's not what that word means.
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce. Mm-hmm. And if they're at a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now?
Who is this?
Like, why
who is this person that he's talking
genital
about?
pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all
weird.
No.
So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sure. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, she's public about it.
But see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
that's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
No, I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not important. It's not.
Oh no! This poor person grew up in Florida. No, that's the only thing I need to know about this poor girl. That's the biggest tragedy I've heard in my entire life. Well, the second biggest after Tim Pool knowing about you. No, born in Florida, US, 2000. No, brother. That is so fucking sad. Couldn't be me. Sex sells, guess he's broke as hell. Oh no. Personal life. Also, how does he know all this shit about like Jazz Jennings and her transition? Why'd he look into it so hard? Like what was the point? I'm Jazz, a family in transition. Oh, this is back in 2011? 2011 as a transgender child, 2014. Okay, day-to-day life. Like I'm in a TLC. Oh no. My life as a transgender teen. Nice one. Yeah, I don't know. Like I guess he's been doing like crazy research into Jazz Jennings' trans life. I don't know. I feel really uncomfortable doing this. Here, one moment. Oh, because they're like, because the right is like, oh, I see. Because the right is saying that the mom is like forcefully transitioning Jazz Jennings. Okay. Crazy. Shows off scars in photo. Well, you don't need to do that. Yeah, and Ben Shapiro reacts to Jazz Jennings. Oh, this poor fucking woman. It's so hard to be a woman that like exists. I feel so bad for them sometimes.
It's none of my business.
So let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I don't know anything
famous.
about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me? Why should I pass legislation
the sterilization of teenagers?
This is such a weird way to frame this. Like,
well, I mean, you can get like a hysterectomy, so sure. I think teenagers should be able to get like hysterectomies, so sure, yeah. You will be sterile. I do believe teenagers should be able to get their ovaries removed, their testicles removed if it needs to be done. Yeah, it's fine if it's medically necessary. Yeah, I am in favor of medically necessary things taking place.
You are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim.
I
don't have the ability to do this.
Right?
I support people having access to health care. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some people have bigotry towards them?
Let's try again. You seem scared of this. Do you believe that parents and doctors should have the ability to remove the ability of a child for future reproduction?
They should have the ability to give them access to health care. Of course they should.
So why do you keep saying it like that?
You're implying that every single gender affirming care.
Well, why do you keep saying in your way like that? Weird.
Do you agree with pumping children full of possibly deadly amounts of radiation when their body is doing a natural function?
Just so you know, that's me explaining leukemia treatment. That is chemotherapy treatment. But hey, listen, it is pumping somebody's body with near deadly amounts of radiation and possibly lethal chemicals when their body is doing a natural function, which is doing cancer. I'm doing a cancer. Yeah, like you can explain whatever medical procedure you want in the most like brain dead evil terms, but like it won't change the fact that
results in sterilization. That is not true at all.
I said the removal
There's
of
also people who are trans that never get bottom surgery.
You seem very scared of this. It's scaring you.
How am I afraid to?
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you. So Jazz Jennings is a specific example. Let's try this. Let's slow down and go one point at a time.
You think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger? I'm saying it shouldn't concern you. It shouldn't concern anyone, Tim.
Your appeal to emotion is not going to work on me. I'm asking you a science.
I know I can appeal to your emotion.
I'm trying a logic-based question about the future of these people. I believe you are genociding them. I believe you intend on genociding autistic individuals. I genuinely believe that.
Who's autistic?
So true.
A large portion of trans kids
true
are autistic,
and real.
namely females.
True.
He got me. He got me. I've been trying to kill off a lot of autistic people by playing this debate. I've been hoping it works. you know, just get like a huge influx of overstimulation of stupidity and it just kind of fries their cerebellum. That's my hope, at least. Let me know if it works. If you're an autistic person and you died because of this stream, can you send me your favorite emote? Type your favorite emote in chat. Why are you live? Why did you see me click a like on your tweet and you instantly decided, oh, let me see what he's up to? Why'd you instantly think about stalking me? You piece of shit. All right, that's a couple. I've killed a couple so far. Let's bump those numbers.
So this is an issue in that young
I didn't see that.
lesbian autistic females are a large portion of.
Wait, what was that?
In that young lesbian autistic females.
Yo, don't we love that chat? We love them. Gotta be my favorite gender. Young young autistic females. Young lesbian autistic females. We love them. We love them. Isn't that right, chat? W, young lesbian autistic females. I'm high and lesbian and autistic as fuck. Let's go. I am autistic and almost died from cringe. I love them to death. Gotta be one of my favorite genders.
Are a large portion of those who are transgender.
Do you have data on this?
Come
on, bro. Do you have data on what you've brought up? You couldn't give me one study, but yes,
I would just accept that. It is from what I remember, if you did identify as a lesbian and you want to go through transition, a lot of them are non-binary, but some of them go on to identify as trans men and then get like mastectomies, as far as I remember. But yeah. Okay.
I've given you not only studies, meta studies. I've given you multiple meta studies on this. I've given you a surplus of information on this topic.
Make up six times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people.
Oh, my trans girl's autistic.
6 times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
That's not.
I love him. He's so dumb. Guys, can we keep him? Oh, guys, can we keep him? 6 times. It's 60%. Dumbass. What the fuck? It literally says it. It's 6 times. So 60% of their time, they're autistic. Everybody knows this. What are you, stupid? He's feral. What, you to be put down? Oh my goodness. Good night, Piss Tank. Good night. Thanks for being around. I'm losing it, brother. What is happening? This is a huge what in tarnation type moment. 6 times, 60%. That is crazy. I know, I'm stuck on this.
According to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally...
So 6 times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
It's so good. I want to know, how does he get to 50 times? What is 50 times then? Is that like 500 times more potent?
Surplus of information on this topic.
Make up 6 times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally...
6 times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
It's so good. Look at him looking up. Look at him looking up so smug. Look how smug he looks. Look at it. Wait, I need to grab this face. It's so good. It's truly a remarkable face. I need you to see this up close for our little screen besties in chat. Look at that. Look at how smug this bitch is. Look at how fucking got you, dumbass. He's like, he'll never recover from this. Oh, it's so good.
What does it mean? Honestly, that's what I'm curious about.
60%. 60%. 70, nigga.
Yeah, that's not how that works. That's not. You don't.
600. Sorry.
No, that's not.
Is he memeing? I can't tell. I can't tell anymore.
You're saying what percent of them?
What percentage
are
of trans people happen to be autistic lesbians?
600? Wait, is he not memeing? Wait, wait, is he not? Wait, I thought he was joking. I thought he was joking there. I saw a little smoke smile. Is he not joking?
That was your claim that a large portion are. I'm saying I don't know any statistics on that. I've never heard that before.
So the first thing I pulled up was that transgender
right,
and
non-binary,
non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to have autism, right?
Right, but that's not answering the question yet.
And your question is what portion of, let me Google it again. Because I thought that was sufficient and you know.
60%? Screaming, crying, shitting,
24%.
pissing.
So that's not the majority, even if that's status.
5%. Wait, what did you look up?
24%.
What portion? Ew, why did you say portion? What portion of trans kids? Not portion, not like you're serving not like you're handing it out for the Thanksgiving dinner. Proportion? What portion of trans children is the trans kept in? Anybody up? Any trans is up right now getting portioned? Is this a debate? Yes. This is supposed to be a debate. Anybody up getting portioned? Largest study to date confirms overlap between autism and trans children.
Wow, how was I so stupid?
About 30,000 or 5%
Holy
of
shit,
cisgender
I'm so
people
fucking
in the study have
stupid.
autism.
No.
Researchers found, whereas 895 or 24%
Okay.
of GNC people have autism. Is that just because autistic brains pick up extra radio waves and extra waves of energy outside of the visible light spectrum, and so that's why they're on like a different plane than us? Is that why they choose to trans their gender? Also, not every trans person gets bottom surgery, just so you know. Yeah, it's the extra and this is supposed to be a debate. Anybody up getting portioned? Largest study to date confirms overlap between autism and trans children. About 30,000 or 5% of cisgender people in the study have autism. Researchers found, whereas 895 or 24% of GNC people have autism. Is that just because autistic brains pick up extra radio waves and extra waves of energy outside of the visible light spectrum? And so that's why they're on like a different plane than us? Is that why they choose to trans their gender? Also, not every trans person gets bottom surgery, just so you know. Yeah, it's the oh yeah, they're picking up the autism spectrum radio waves. You're right. We just don't have tools enough to pick up that spectrum of waves. You're right. You're right. So true. It is their superpower. Holy shit, is that what those shirts meant this entire time? Is that what they really meant this whole time? That's fucking crazy.
So that's not the majority, even if that stat is true.
6 times more common, 24%.
That's still not the majority, even if that statistic was true.
Yeah, no, the majority is...
So 24% of trans
lying.
people are autistic, according to that data, and 6% of...
So what I think is, I think that there are people who hate people with Down syndrome, and in Iceland, they've actually publicly avowed or praised their eradication of people with Down syndrome. I think that's horrifying. Like, you can be okay with it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to believe that, right? You don't have to have the same morals as me. I just think it's wrong to genocide like people with Down syndrome. You know what I mean?
You have completely derailed this conversation. You're assuming that I'm pro people having abortions for people who have Down syndrome. When we're talking about,
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in Iceland, they've
what
stated
does this have to do with trans rights?
Right. So we see a higher rate of autistic people, autism in trans kids.
You said it makes it the majority. It does not, even based on the source you pulled up. Okay.
24%.
Okay.
I still believe that this is very
Lance looks tired. I mean, he has been doing this for about like 2 hours.
very much an effort. I think the left is intent on genociding trans people.
In what way?
What?
Crazy.
Removing their ability to reproduce.
How are they
What?
By cutting off their testicles and removing their
That is
uteruses.
not.
Yeah, that's not like forcing them to do that. It's not forcing. You're not.
What?
Genocide is okay. You know what? All right.
The only operation that is done. There are
No.
trans
Nancy
people
Pelosi
who
is the one
maintain
who's
their
doing the
same
surgeries.
genitals as before.
Right.
Not everyone has to decide to get bottom surgery. That's a choice
And-
they should make.
And cross-sex hormones do have a high rate of causing sterilization.
It can,
It's
but it doesn't
possible.
always. And you
Also,
can be
like,
trans and
sure.
not get any operations at all.
So I think you are. So like I'm in favor of making sure these people can always have families and have kids, right? Your position, whether you,
What?
You could still
No,
adopt,
it's to make
retard.
no, it's not to. So what? So you're forcing them not to go through certain things because you need to preserve their ability to make families? No, who cares? What you should be preserving is their life happiness. You don't know if they would be happier with children, and even if you brought up a study that said that people with children are typically happier, you don't know if that's because they have children or because they're in better financial straits. To have children is why they're happier. Most people who wouldn't be happy with a child don't have children.
you support the moral issue of or not, results in many of them being sterile. For instance, the reason I use Jazz Jennings as an
Don't dox
example
me again.
because this is a person on television with millions of followers
Okay.
who wrote a book and told kids about this journey. The journey that Jazz Jennings went on resulted in a complete inability to have a family and have children.
Okay.
Okay, wait, pause. You can have a family and you can have children. Giving birth, no, that's a different thing.
Yeah, no, that's like
being
my,
able to give birth or not give birth or impregnate somebody does not determine whether or not you'll have a family.
I think that's terrifying because Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. Jazz will never have a family. Jazz, the genetics
has
of
a
Jazz
family. She has
Jennings
a mom?
is over. That is one of the most horrifying things to me as a
Holy
human
shit.
being, because I think genocide is
Why?
wrong. Right?
why should her ability to be or have reproductive function, why should that concern you?
For the same reason the Uyghur Muslims in China concern me, like human rights issues. China, for instance,
But what if
has-
she never wants to have kids?
That's something you determine for yourself later in life.
Exactly.
after
So
going
why is it
through
our business?
Because it's been removed before Jazz could have the ability
But
to
again,
make the conclusion.
that has nothing to do with us. She could decide to never want to have.
Okay. I think Lance should actually tackle this point. It's not a losing point. But I think Lance should actually, if I was going to talk to somebody, I'd want to tackle this point. Because it's not like a hard point. Wait. Off the pause face. There you go. Little okay, wait. Yeah, there you go. How tackle? What's the rebuttal? Oh, for here, like when he's asking like, if he goes on the sense of like, oh, they like aren't old enough to understand the fact that they can't have kids. I think they're old enough to understand that like they won't be able to have kids. Most bottom surgeries, as far as I remember, like you still may have to be at least like 16 to 18 to be able to have a bottom surgery, and that's also the age of consent in like most states of America. It's either like 16, 17, or 18. One of the three already. That on top of the fact that if this is like a medical procedure that we think is more important, then you should be able to get that. On top of the fact that we already have procedures that you can get that will remove your ability to birth children or father or like to sire or to sire to mother children. Your ability to do that, it can be hampered on some very important medical issues, right? And now it just depends on whether you think that this is a medical issue that rises to the severity of that not being something that you can do in the future. It's like, you know, that's like a more on a case-by-case basis with like the kids, the parents, and the doctors, right? I think doctors typically don't like to take away the ability for you to give birth, like kind of period, right? If you're a female, if you're like an ovary carrier, like it's very hard for you to get like a hysterectomy or your tubes tied or anything along those lines. It's very difficult. Very, very hard indeed. I've heard like many stories about this, especially if you're like younger, like 22, 23, and especially if you like are married or something and you don't care to like involve your
This meme is
your
very
husband.
real.
Yeah, like I already heard that IUDs are like a bitch to get just normally, right?
Dark.
Right, they hate the idea of like females, AFAB people getting their reproductive capacity, put down. Yeah. I would talk about how you can easily freeze your eggs. Yes, you can easily freeze your eggs. You can like freeze your sperm as well. There are also processes in where I think they can take like cells from your body and actually make eggs or sperm cells. They can do spermatogenesis off of like some flesh, some meat. As far as I've seen. But anyways, yeah, like that's. I think he should tackle that point in something like something in line with that. I think it's possible. I think it's a winning argument. I don't think it's a bad argument at all.
And that's fine and valid.
Right. So my morals would be that a society protects the children because there's
also what is genocide? Asking you the question of what is genocide
older when your brain is fully developed, which is why we don't allow people to drink and do certain drugs, whatever drugs are legal, until they're 21. So for me, I'm like, if you can't drink till you're 21, if there's like you can't smoke till you're 18, this society absolutely recognizes you can't drive till a certain age. That the reason that the driving age is what it is. One of the arguments made, I think it was in Illinois,
like
is
15
that
to
risk taking is a lot higher in youth than it is in older people.
Crap.
So the argument is once you're past 16, you go through driver's ed. That helps control for the higher risk taking of younger people. So we set an age limit. For someone who's 10 years old to be put on Lupron and then cross-sex hormones, they will never develop the ability to reproduce. So in the instance of Jazz, again, a famous individual who's very influential.
You don't know that. Some don't. Some actually can't have kids later in life. Some can. It's possible. It's something that can happen.
With millions of followers, there was never the ability to reproduce developed, which caused complications. Complications aside, that's Jazz's personal business. But the puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones did sterilize Jazz. 100% sterilization.
Okay.
Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. So I have concerns about having children, whether they choose to or their parents choose to. I think that's genocide.
I can kind of see your argument because if a kid was a straight kid, just a kid, and they were like a 12-year-old girl, and she was like, I don't want to have babies when I'm older. And the mom was like, okay, then we'll sterilize you right now. And they went and had the kid had a hysterectomy. I think that's illegal. I don't know, but I would imagine society needs to protect little kids from crazy parents that are like, just because a 12-year-old says they don't have babies later in life. So the fact that it is sterilizing as a byproduct, I think should be taken into account with the whole procedure.
I think that's still something that comes down to the individual and what they choose to do. And if someone is like, I want to have gender affirming care, knowing the risks, then why is that my business?
Yeah, complete Martin Bailey. It's just completely a different thing. It just makes no fucking sense.
It's the same thing with someone who wants to have a surgery that can have other complications. That's not my business. If someone had an appendix inflamed and they had to have their appendix out, there are potential complications that come from that, but I'm not going to prevent them from having healthcare and saying that you can't have a right to get your appendix out.
Oh, also, like getting a hysterectomy is not this easy. It's really not that easy. It's really, unless you're a migrant on the border, getting a hysterectomy is like pretty hard.
Jesus.
Because every major medical association in the United States agrees that is the best way to treat appendicitis. And in this case, when we're talking about trans people, every single medical association in the United States.
Oh my God, I'm so cool. I was able to set all this up in that half hour, and now I've been just enough time to like work on the rest of this. This is really nice, actually.
Agrees on gender affirming care.
Then you know what they should do?
Every single one.
You know what they should do? They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective. But they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation.
Cross-sex hormones?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What, they should release a study on if you can take estrogen or testosterone?
So that it's safe trial for, you know what they should do? They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers.
Randomized controlled trial.
And cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective.
Do you think there's never been a study on puberty blockers before? I want to hear that one more time.
They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for
like a lot of these are controlled, but this is for me. I do be saying things. I found one on oral contraceptives. Yeah, like randomly selecting kids. I mean, they're randomly picking people who have. Wait, how? I was kind of thinking that like, what? Like, some people get water. Some people get a sugar pill, and other people get like testosterone. But you're picking up like random people off the street. I mean, you could talk to trans people about this, but like, all you can like, it's kind of unethical to tell somebody that they're going to
crazy.
be getting like gender affirming care, but then just give them sugar water. You know what I mean? All you can really the only real ethical thing that you can do is, you know, follow people who are getting the care to begin with. That is really funny. That is really
It's
funny.
really
like
funny. Oh my god.
60%.
Puberty blockers and cross-sex
BRCA.
hormones to show that it's safe and effective, but they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation.
What?
You talk about giving kids healthcare. That's not healthcare. Healthcare repairs something which is broken. You use the example of somebody's appendix not functioning properly.
Oh my god.
Okay, yes. So what you have to do in that instance is intervene so that the body
That's not true. You can give somebody preventative healthcare, where you give them healthcare to something that is not broken. Crazy.
can function as it is intended to. Destroying somebody's ability to procreate is demolishing the organ that you're claiming to treat, right? You're destroying the biological function rather than helping to improve it. That's not healthcare.
I want to pull this up too. It's from University of Utah because I was reading about this recently. It goes.
I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure like trans girls get like healthcare to help their head and not their balls, typically, if they have any, which they might not.
Why not?
Why is this guy so
I'm
mad?
still debating.
He hates the idea of trans people.
I was going to mention that hormone replacement therapy can make you sterile, and that it's
possible.
important.
It can.
It's important to preserve your sperm. It says if you're trans feminine. Otherwise, the hormone therapy may make it impossible for you to have biological children.
Okay.
If someone is put on puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones as a child, they will never have the ability to preserve their reproductive functions.
So if you were put on puberty blockers, they are reversible. You can stop being on puberty blockers and you can still maintain a lot of things that you were worried about being taken away. When it comes to Jazz Jennings specifically, she's actually made statements about this because, you know, I was just looking this up. Jazz Jennings says, I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continued to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and now living as a proud woman today. What does that have to do with me? Why would I want to take that away from someone else?
What year did she make that statement?
She made this on March 31st.
She made it recently because that video came out where the mom said she was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instant.
Wait.
She was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
Sorry, Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz." Recently, as in this has been 3 years. This has been 3 years. But okay, what did Matt Walsh say? Sorry, Jazz.
This meme is very real.
Live reaction. Matt Walsh responds to Jazz Jennings. What the fuck? Why is he having the back and forth with this girl? But he's been like, Matt Walsh addresses trans reality star. A message to Jazz Jennings. Like, why do you care? Jazz Jennings said in the original. What is this? I don't keep up with this guy, so I was literally like a couple of days ago.
Brainwashed. So he may never fully come to terms with what happened, at least as long as his disgusting wretch of a mother is still alive.
Disgusting wretch of a mother. Fuck, dude. Holy shit.
It's just really hard to watch that. I don't know why people like are so intent on bringing our community down. Like, why do you care? Let us just be. Let us be happy. Let's be ourselves. We're not hurting anyone. You know, we need to celebrate each other and our diversity, not bring each other down. Anytime you're wishing death on anyone, I think you need to take a step back and look at yourself and your...
Crazy. Oh, he did a response. Okay, here's the response part. Oh no, is Twitter doing the Twitter thing? No, the Twitter thing where if you scroll through the video too fast, it just breaks and it doesn't want to play anything anymore.
Mother perspective involving themselves in your private life. You are absolutely right that your conversation with your mother that we saw there about your own deep emotional and psychological pains should not have been a public spectacle. I never should have seen that or heard it. Nobody should have. But I didn't make it a public spectacle. And I didn't make you into a public figure. Your mom did that. She around as a mascot for transgenderism at an age when, when I was that age, took that away from you. She was more interested in monetizing.
Holy shit. Now this is grooming. Oh, yo, you want to talk about grooming? Hey, little boy. Your mom hates you. She knows nothing about you. She tries to hurt you. I'm here to set you free. I'm here to tell you the real you. I won't let her do that to you again. All right, brother, calm down. All right, calm down.
You.
Nice one.
Using you as a vehicle to promote her ideology.
Fuck you.
Yo, do you think
What
that
a gross
this
faggot.
is? You think if and when Matt Walsh gets divorced, this is how he'll talk to his kids during the like every other week visitation?
And it's proven to be
she hates you.
Vehicle, which is why I have to respond. You want to be left alone. I get that. I wish that you were left alone way back when you
That's
were
why
a
I
child,
keep making
left to
videos
simply
about
be
you.
A child. That's the life you should have had.
I wish you had a private life. That's why I keep making videos about
And it
you
was
to my
taken
million
from you.
subscribers.
By the adults in your life, especially your mom. And I'm sorry that it was taken from you. I truly, surgeries and everything else, which it isn't true at all. It just simply isn't. But that still would not justify your mom's decision to turn you into a public figure. Even if we accept the logic behind transitioning children, which again, I do not accept and never would, it still would be unforgivable for a parent to make it into a public exhibition.
All right, then. Nah, this is creepy and weird. Leave Jazz alone. True and real. Real and true and factual and correct. All right. It seems like he's taken a bite out of another child that he but this one can actually talk back. Crazy.
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instantly to purity arguments, which I find fascinating, considering the left typically has a low purity rating when it comes to moral foundations. For example, when you said it's really weird talking about someone's genitals, it's a purity argument, which the left typically never makes. That's why I said it's a very weird thing for you to do. Approaching this from an academic perspective, we would make a few arguments about whether or not a person can truly understand they've lost the ability to reproduce if they've never had it in the first place.
What the fuck is purity? I think I think what he's typically talking about is like the specifically think about the children. Oh, they reference like these studies where they ask questions to decipher the moral foundations of certain people that they had. And it's like, you see, liberals have a much higher sympathy threshold, and conservatives have a much higher law and order threshold. And you see
the psychological and the philosophical implications of stripping away a person's ability to reproduce before they were old enough to even know what that was. So, for example, if you take an adult human, female or male, and remove their genitals by force, they will be very, very upset. Extremely upset. In fact, it's a form of torture in a lot of countries. It's meant to terrify. If you took away their ability to feel,
I will say, if the federal government captured me and then removed my dick and balls, I would be kind of scared. He's kind of right there.
Sexual satisfaction. It's a form of torture. In fact, female circumcision is horrifying to the world. And it actually was huge controversies up in Dearborn, Michigan, because what it would do is it would result in women who are as adults could not feel anything and they were effectively used as like objects for their husbands. So in making an academic argument, we would say Jazz Jennings does not understand, and that's fine if Jazz is happy. That's great. The argument into the greater is Jazz will never have kids. Fact statement. I think it's wrong to take away that from someone who doesn't understand what it is.
What if they don't want kids?
They will decide that when they're an adult.
I wouldn't ask this question because he's just gonna do like simple thing. I think what he should be like is that it's a hard decision. It's not a guarantee that they're going to lose their fertility, but if they do, that's just something that like patients will have to deal with sometimes. I mean, sorry. It's weighed against, these aren't decisions that are just made in vacuums. They're made between like medical professionals and the kid and the parents. And so if that's what they all three come to the conclusion that is like what should be done, and then they'll take the risk of the possibility of not. Listen, I'm going to tell you this now. If like my doctor came to me and told me that like after all the trials and tribulations, after my kid's trials and tribulations arc with being in and out of the doctor for like a couple months, and then they come to me and they're like, yo, I think they should go through this healthcare. There's like a 30% chance that they'll lose the possibility of having kids, but also there's like a 70% chance that we think they may kill themselves. I'm taking my kids to the doctor, brother. Sorry.
And have assessed the circumstances, but Jazz can't actually feel.
Welcome to being an adult.
Jazz,
you have to make hard decisions sometimes.
This was a study. There's a doctor who came out did a Zoom video on it, specifically I think referring to Jazz.
Ooh, Zoom.
Jazz will never experience any adult satisfaction or desire. And so the question then becomes,
what does that mean?
You're not her doctor.
Why do you think Jazz got bottom surgery?
Oh, I don't have to ask that.
So a doctor on Zoom came out to talk about how this other person who's not their patient. I mean, unless I missed that.
Came out Jazz can't feel. This was a study. There was a doctor who came out did a Zoom video on it specifically.
Oh yeah, a doctor who did a Zoom video who does not have Jazz as his patient said all of these things, very sure that Jazz will never be able to do. Okay.
She said that she's satisfied with it. That should be the extent of it.
What did she say?
I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue
I need to work
save the lives of
on
some youth out there.
I need to work on a reference sheet soon. Honestly, I think that would be really fun to do. Okay.
If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and I'm living as a proud woman today. Yes, I do struggle with mental health. Why? All of you speaking about our mental health.
What was the purpose of the bottom surgery?
It affirmed her gender.
Turn her into a bottom.
Gender.
What does that mean, affirmed gender?
So you have, and all of us have, a gender identity that we want to express in one way or another. And with hers, she affirmed her gender through the process of getting bottom surgery to look more and feel more like a woman.
Why do you think Jazz stopped dilating?
I don't know.
It hurt.
Why does it hurt?
But if this was an important part of affirmation, you'd think Jazz would maintain it.
Okay. Washing your fucking hair is important to maintaining it. But let me tell you that people with long hair, not all of them actually have a good hair routine. All right? You would think having waking up at a decent time and having a good breakfast is something that it would be indicative to you having a decent start to your day. But how many fucking people do you know that actually do that? Not many. Not many. Okay? Not many. A Powerade and a stick of nicotine gum is not breakfast. I'm sorry to tell you this. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Breakfast of champions. Seek professional help.
That's not for me to decide. That's someone else's own identity. So again, that's why it's weird to me to try and impose this upon someone else. Like to try and say like you're disgusted at the fact that she can't have kids or something like that. It's like, I don't know if she ever wants kids because I don't know who she is, but that's a decision for her to make between her and her doctor. Has nothing to do with me.
Why would any trans child get a bottom surgery?
Again, to affirm their gender.
So
as part of gender affirming care.
And
children don't get bottom surgery, by the way. It's
so what do you mean by
18.
child?
Well, Jazz was 17.
Yeah,
right, and so there are exceptions,
and
yes, but average age is over 18.
Was
like Boston's Children's Hospital has never done that on anyone under the age of 18. The average age for bottom surgery is over 18 years old.
So
overwhelmingly.
Why would I just don't understand why the it's not penile inversion vaginoplasty. I don't know what it's called because Jazz didn't have a penis. What's the purpose of
Is that true?
Making
also, why does he know all this? This is weird, bro. I don't know, man. This has gotten to the point. I don't know anywhere near that much about any conservatives' genitals. I'm sorry, but like, I don't know. If he went to a late night game show, if he went to a late night game show, specifically about this singular YouTuber's genitals, then he'd win. He'd go home with a milli, 100%.
The whole
It does feel like a HIPAA
What's the purpose
violation.
of that?
What's
The space. What's the purpose of that?
The operation
space.
is because it gives them it affirms their gender
Full
through
time.
the process of having a similar genitalia to a cis woman.
So what's the purpose of it?
I just explained that.
So the purpose of it is just feeling, just emotion.
No, the purpose of it is part of affirming who they are through a surgery that makes them look and feel more like a version of a woman that they want to be. You don't have to. There's not a template. That's not the only version a woman can be. There's other versions of how a woman can be and look, but that's the version that she wanted.
There's some dick women.
What I'm trying to understand is
it's real.
That is one way to think about it. Yeah. Like, am I taking this because of that, or am I taking it because it's the version of woman I wanted? I don't know. I probably should.
Why create a permanent wound for the purpose of a man to have sex with?
What the fuck do you mean permanent wound? What are you talking about? Why don't you could say, yo, the cis women's vaginas literally bleed every month. And you're calling a vaginoplasty a permanent wound, brother? What are you talking about? Vagina is not a womb. No, he said wound. What the fuck are you talking about? Tim hates pussy confirmed. It's crazy because he is one.
In order to affirm the identity of someone who can't feel any of that.
Well, first off, I have no idea about the actual sensations that people experience after these kind of surgeries, but that's not my business. And the second thing would be, I don't believe it's a wound. I believe it's an operation to have a genital change. That's it. To describe it as a wound is just very crude.
But it's factually a wound, right? I'm trying to avoid the right calls it a mutilation or an abomination. I'm not saying that.
Well, it's still crude to just call it a wound. After it's healed, I'm sure there's no more wounds or scars or anything.
They have to dilate for the rest of their lives because it is a wound. Like, I'm being academic. I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody. The right calls it mutilation and abomination.
What the fuck are you talking about? Would you... Piercing holes aren't wounds, okay? You have to... you have to keep something in like a piercing hole or else it'll close. That doesn't mean it's a wound. It's not a wound. Just by definition, it's not. It's not what a wound is. And I gotta stand up every couple hours or else my back gets stiff. My spine is a wound. Sometimes I gotta kick my legs out from under me to stop them from going to sleep. My legs are wounds.
The reason they have to use dilators for the rest of their lives is because it is factually a wound.
But you're asking me a question that I can't answer because I'm not this individual.
Does he think that it's like a fleshy flesh hole? Like there's no skin or anything? It's just like it's just all like blood and flesh or something? It just like the does he think like the inside of a vagina looks like the inside of a carcass of like a uncooked chicken?
I don't know why someone would want to get that surgery because I'm cis and I don't experience these kind of things. But if someone wants to, but Tim, if someone wants to and it makes them feel better and improves their quality of life, then why do we have to get in the way of that?
I've been wanting breasts and like, I don't know. Where to come from? They also get less horny.
Well, can I interject
so
here?
My
because
position is for adults, I agree. And I had the argument with Tom Fitton. He said it should be banned outright. So I disagree.
But overwhelmingly, when you look at the data, when it happens to children, it improves their psychological distress. It removes and lowers suicidal ideation. It shows in the data that it helps them.
That's not true, man. So the studies.
Okay, that's all I can take. That's not true, man. I'm gonna. What is this? This is well, like 26 minutes from last time it started. It seems. Okay, that's all I can take. That is wild. All right, well. Incredible, isn't it? Truly remarkable, is it not?
Okay, he's gonna move on to something else. Oh, wait. Oh, God, I paused. Ugh.
Here is how an early run of Fear and Hunger may go for you. You begin in the game's opening courtyard, and with the sound of barking ringing ominously in the distance, you enter the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. After a few moments of eerie, silent exploration, you encounter and are pursued by a massive ogre who traps you in battle before immediately cutting off your left arm.
What the
you
fuck?
are asked to predict a coin toss, which you fail, resulting in your character being beaten into unconsciousness. But this is not game over. No. You awaken to the smell of rotting flesh, now missing every limb except your right arm, which you use to drag your destroyed body along with, emerging in a corridor of decaying corpses. You scramble in the darkness for something, anything, and unfortunately for you, you find it. You have a bad feeling about this.
What the fuck? That sounds awesome.
You encounter a grotesque floating head. He laughs at you, he mocks you, he begins chanting, and suddenly, he is no longer what concerns you, because out of the darkness behind him, something is approaching. Some gigantic being is drawing closer and closer every turn. You attack. It does nothing. You beg. It does nothing.
Dude, I really want to
Finally,
use RPG Maker more often.
looms over you. You are crushed with great pressure. The first time this happened to me, I thought, wow, f*** this broken game. I hate this. I would rather play literally anything else. I then watched as Fear and Hunger destroyed my entire life. When I am playing newer releases, I think about this game. When I'm trying to select dinner at the supermarket, I think about this game. When my wife tries to tell me that the amount I think about this game is affecting our marriage, I think about this game. I hate this game, and I love it. Fear and Hunger is this bizarre mishmash of different genres blended with some geniusly counterintuitive game design. But that only becomes obvious if you can push through the game's grueling opening hours, something a lot of people have not done. Fear and Hunger, releasing in 2018, where outside a small, rabid fan base localized mainly in Russia and Eastern Europe, the game went largely unnoticed for nearly half a decade, until last October when I and other content creators began to notice it. But with barely 1,000 reviews on Steam, this still feels like a game languishing in obscurity. Fear and Hunger doesn't even have its own Wikipedia page.
What?
Even Book Bumble has its own Wikipedia page. So I hope the purpose of this video is clear. We must destroy the Book Bumble Wikipedia page! My goal here today is to show you what this game
Jesus
is. And to do that
Christ.
properly, I'm going to have to pull back some of its mysteries. But I promise it's worth it. No matter what Fear and Hunger may resemble, there is nothing like this. A game so obtuse and jagged and captivating. But above all, it's cruel. And so to start, I'd like to explain exactly what I mean by that.
Already?
Difficulty in modern game design has been broken down into two major categories: games that are challenging, and games that are punishing. Games that are considered challenging are ones that require a high degree of skill in areas like decision making.
This is always my favorite
recognition,
part
timing,
of when he like
strategy,
breaks down how
etc.
stuff
Think
works.
games like
I wish he made more
Ikaruga,
videos like this,
Celeste,
honestly.
Devil May Cry, or competitive fighting games. Any game where the act of surviving or succeeding is considered hard. Punishing games, on the other hand, don't generate their difficulty by being difficult, but through the penalty that's inflicted on the player
Honestly,
when they do fail.
Before we continue on, I kind of want to play his video on writing characters, because it's really good. He probably makes some of the best video. His videos on like writing characters is really fascinating to me. Where is it? Let's see. Kill of One Piece. Oh no. God, I probably skipped it. Fuck. God, I really want. Hopefully someday I'll get boobs. That is the goal. This is one of my favorite videos that has like inspired me on my writing for years, honestly. NGL TBH.
I've never really found heroes particularly interesting. I think too often they're constrained by the fact that they need to be a surrogate for the audience or live up to some false. Think games like Ikaruga, Celeste, Devil May Cry, or competitive.
Okay.
I've never really found heroes particularly interesting. I think too often they're constrained by the fact that they need to be a surrogate for the audience or live up to some false ideal of a morally just person. And it can make for characters that are, well, a little bland and predictable. But occasionally, I'll come across a character who makes me question everything I understand a hero to be. One that shatters the ideals of the heroic archetype and becomes something different and special. And one example I recently experienced of this was from the indie RPG Lisa the Painful and its hero, Brad. The game starts with Brad's adoptive daughter Buddy being kidnapped, and so he sets out on a quest to rescue her. But as you travel through the broken post-apocalypse of Lisa's world, things with Brad start to get more complicated. You see, Buddy is also the last female on Earth and humanity's final hope against extinction, a role that she herself is willing to embrace. But scarred by a lifetime of abuse and addiction, Brad sees Buddy as his last chance for personal redemption and commits irredeemable acts of violence in order to get her back. And it frames Brad in this really interesting way. You can see on a personal level how he's really trying to do good, but how his experiences have left him so broken that he's not actually able to tell how much damage he's doing to the people and world around him, including Buddy herself. Brad is the hero of this story, but his actions are distinctly unheroic. Rather than an ideal of what a person should be, Brad just felt like a person. And this is how this little collection of pixels has become one of the most tangible and believable heroes I've experienced in years. And it's made me wonder, where is the line where a character goes from being an archetypical definition of the standard hero to something imperfect but believable? Someone who serves as more than just a fantasy for the audience and stays with them long after the story is finished.
God, you need to finish that show.
In other words, what makes a hero feel real?
I think
so before we get started, I think it's worth getting technical about what we mean by the term hero, as it's a pretty nebulous term. So for the purposes of this video, we'll say that a hero is
someone from whose perspective we view the story, the driving motivator of that story, and someone who is either exceptional or in pursuit of an exceptional goal. And it's this last one that separates a protagonist from a hero. Mima from Perfect Blue is a protagonist, Ryuko from Kill la Kill is a hero. So with that definition in tow, we can start to look at the kind of heroes that appear in media. And the best way I can think of tackling this is breaking heroes down into two scales. The relatable/powerful scale and the amoral/virtuous scale. Let's start off with our relatable/powerful scale. The closer a hero is to the left here, the more like a regular person they become, with abilities and powers that more closely resemble the average human. And the closer to the right, the more they begin to resemble heroes of classic Greek myth, supremely powerful beings with the ability to drastically affect the world around them. But I should mention, when I say powerful, that is contextual to the story being told. So on a small scale, that could be a character like Gregory House from the TV show House. He is the most powerful character of that show because his medical expertise elevates him above everyone else. But if you put him in the world of Dragon Ball Z, he'd basically be just another civilian. But in the context of his own show, he carries about as much narrative weight as Goku does in DBZ. And yes, that probably is the strangest analogy I've made on this channel, but the point is that a hero's general power is defined by their ability to affect both the environment as well as other characters relative to the story being told. So if Superman lived on a planet of supermen, he would no longer be considered powerful in the context of that story. Then we have our amoral/virtuous scale. We're going to dive into this a little more later, but to briefly summarize, on the right we have heroes of the most stringent moral fiber, champions of justice and peace, and on the left we have heroes that can be considered amoral, ones who won't let conventional morality get in the way of their goals. Okay, so with that in mind, watch what happens when we combine these two scales into a graph. It creates a datascape across which we can view every type of hero. From the most classical definition of the benevolent guiding demigod
is probably
to the most
pretty
morally
high up
ambiguous
there with
mess of a
virtuous,
human
honestly.
being.
He's a pretty virtuous
and it's
person.
here where we can see the main issue with how heroes are written.
But he's
While this
also
graph
very
is by
human
no
at the
means
same
a
time.
comprehensive
I
list
love
of
that.
heroes, I think it is fair to say that the vast majority of them across all media will belong to this quadrant up here in the top right. And what this means is that a lot of heroes start to feel very, very similar, whether it's the action boys of shonen manga, the superheroes of American...
Wait, let me look at that. Yeah, God, I love that Brad is on the very bottom over there. Holy shit. It's so true. Though, holy shit, it's so true.
Similar, whether it's the action boys of shonen manga, the superheroes of American comics, or the...
Motion do that? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
shonen manga, the superheroes of American comics, or the gunmen of Western video games, powerful, virtuous demigods, more of a classical example of what people should be as opposed to how they actually are. And don't get me wrong, I don't have an issue with the odd aspirational fantasy here and there, but see it enough times and it starts to grow pretty stagnant, which is why I think myself and so many others tend to find their villainous counterparts so much more appealing. And so the question now is, why do so many different industries keep creating heroes of this type? Well, what I think that comes back to is a theory put forward by Joseph Campbell in his 1949 book, The Hero with 1,000 Faces. If you've ever taken a film class or studied up on narrative at all, you've most likely come across it. It outlines the 3 major stages and 17 sub-stages of a narrative structure called the hero's journey, one that was adopted and massively popularized by 1977's Star Wars, and has become deeply embedded in the cultural consciousness sense. And while we don't have time to go through every step of it, what it essentially comes down to is a young hero who is called to adventure, obtains some great power, vanquishes some great evil, and uses that new power for the greater good of mankind. I'm going to leave a link in the description if you'd like to read up more about it, as it's admittedly a pretty useful lens to view stories through. But the problem is it's become the gold standard of the heroic narrative. Any story featuring a hero will most likely at least be in part based off it or influenced by those that have. But the thing is, the hero's journey was never meant to be a narrative guide. It was originally just an observation of a set of repeating patterns found in myth and legend across the world, and was first identified by an anthropologist and not a writer. And where this becomes an issue is that the hero's journey only necessitates a very specific type of hero. Someone who is exceptionally powerful or has the potential to be, who is going to use that power for the greater good of mankind. In other words, the strong, virtuous power fantasy we see in the top right of our graph. And this has led to what I can only refer to as the memification of the modern day hero. Good guys who do good things because they are good, who will inevitably beat the bad guys because they are bad. Fun fantasies for sure, but not something that feels like an actual person. And so I think the solution of this is to get away from the traditional idea of the mythical heroic fantasy. And the advantage of having a graph is that we can see two very distinct ways of doing this. And that is characters who don't fit the traditional idea of a heroic ideal, and therefore are freed from the conventions of the traditional hero. For example, look what happens when we scale back on the x-axis, weakening a character's ability to affect the world around them. We get characters like Gon from Hunter x Hunter, Shinji from Evangelion, or even Deku from Hero Academia. And while each of these characters certainly has elements of power fantasy to them, they are essentially at the mercy of the world around them. But this also gives us a very fundamental connection to them. They, like us, cannot solve their problems through sheer force of will. Well, there's people in positions of much greater power than them, and aspects of their lives they just can't control. Cool. And in the same way we're not able to affect global politics or the economy, they only have a very limited capacity to affect the world around them, making it all the more significant when they actually do, but also making them feel more like regular people and not just legends of myth. The second solution our graph presents is a little more complicated, and to really dive into it, we first need to take a look at the idea of giving heroes a flaw. This is probably the most common piece of writing advice I came across while researching this video, but it's also one of the most easily misunderstood, as a flaw doesn't necessarily make a character more believable or compelling. Let's take Superman, for example. What is Superman's flaw? Well, it's his vulnerability to kryptonite, right? Well, I actually don't think it is. Superman's weakness to kryptonite isn't so much a character flaw as it is a plot mechanic. It's a way for a writer to create stakes for a character whose primary attribute is that he's invincible. But as long as there's no kryptonite present in a given situation, it's not going to affect how Superman sees the world or how he relates to those around him. Now, compare that to Alan Moore's deconstruction of Superman from 1986's Watchmen in the character of Dr. Manhattan. Once a normal scientist who, after a molecular mishap, becomes an invulnerable demigod with nothing even resembling a weakness. But his flaw is how his developing powers change his relationship to the world around him. He has eyes that can see atoms vibrate.
People say that that was the case, but it wasn't really, Superman that it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be Dr. Manhattan or Captain or not Dr. Wait, no, Dr. Manhattan is oh god, I forget his name. Fuck. I don't know actually right now. I'll get back. I think it was like Captain Neutron or something. I don't remember. I just know it wasn't like Superman. It was supposed to be, but it was basically like similar idea. Like Rorschach was the Question, and honestly, if you ever read the Question, if you ever like see scenes of the Question, it makes so much sense, more sense than like fucking Batman, to be honest.
Experiences the past, present, and future all at once, and is even partial to the grander mysteries of science and the physical universe. And as his powers develop, he becomes less and less human, losing the ability to relate to the basic wants and desires of the average person, which causes him to view mankind as just another cluster of bacteria and not anything to be protected or saved. And so, while Dr. Manhattan doesn't have a physical weakness, he does have a fundamental issue to his makeup that alienates him from the rest of humanity as well as conventional morality. And it gives the character a nuance that feels real and sad. It's not a simple case of his powers turning him evil, but that he perceives the concept of good and evil in an entirely different way to the average person. And this is where things really start to get interesting, because it shows that good and evil, as much as we would like to believe otherwise, are subjective concepts, varying greatly depending on who you ask. And so a hero's capacity to do good is going to be greatly altered by that hero's perception of what good actually is. And a great recent example of this is the hero killer Stain from My Hero Academia. What I think is so interesting about Stain is that his flaw is that he believes in the ideal of the selfless, virtuous hero so intensely that anyone who falls outside it immediately becomes a villain in his eyes. He's disgusted by the industrialized, regulated version of a hero created by Hero Academia's world that he launches his one-man war of ideology, attempting to purge the streets of heroes he deems impure and create a society of ideal heroics. And the thing is, it's working. Any city he operates out of sees a dramatic fall in crime, and so while he does do a lot of damage, the result of his actions could potentially lead to many more lives being saved. Of course, Stain isn't a hero, he's the villain of the hero killer arc. But this brings us to my final point. In my video on villains, I said something to the effect of, I think the idea of villainy that's always appealed to me the most is the idea that the only thing separating heroes and villains is one very bad day or a couple of poor decisions. Which isn't a statement original to me, you can see it echoed in many writings about villains. But the odd thing is that I never hear it applied to heroes. Even though if it's true for villains, doesn't that mean it's implicitly true for heroes as well? Aren't really the two just the one side of the same coin? Exceptional people who have taken up a cause, the morality of which can only really be judged on a subjective level. There are no absolutes in good and evil, and in the same way you can't view villains as insipidly evil characters cackling and twirling their mustaches, it's equally important to not view heroes as perfect paragons of strength and morality. And by letting them be weak, by letting them be truly flawed, we shatter the myth and expose the person underneath. And it's only from here that heroes have the space to learn and grow and fail, where their actions begin to carry real weight and purpose, where victories and consequences really matter. It's from here that a hero starts to feel like an actual person. From here, they start to feel real.
God, his music choice got way
Friends,
better.
thank you
But
so
no,
much
that's a
for
great
joining
video.
me today.
It's
As ever,
inspired
I
a lot of my
really
writing over the
appreciate
years.
it. If you'd
And
like
I
to
really
help this
appreciate
channel
it a
so that I
lot.
can keep
Has been broken down into two major categories: games that are challenging and games that are punishing. Games that are considered challenging are ones that require a high degree of skill in areas like decision making, pattern recognition, timing, strategy, etc. Think games like Ikaruga, Celeste, Devil May Cry, or competitive fighting games. Any game where the act of surviving or succeeding is considered hard. Punishing games, on the other hand, don't generate their difficulty by being difficult, but through the penalty that's inflicted on the player when they do fail. So take a game like Hades. If Hades let you indefinitely retry from where you died, I'd argue most people would beat it in an hour or two and probably not think about it again. But by punishing death through forcing the player to start from the beginning, this is how the game generates its difficulty, as well as letting it build its story and gameplay around that idea. Challenge is about your ability to overcome an obstacle, punishment is the penalty for when you fail. And a game can be hard by being either one of these things, but I would argue only becomes cruel by being both. And Fear and Hunger is the cruelest game I have ever played.
Oh, I know
The
what's
reason this
going on.
Is not difficulty for
It's a
difficulty's
fucking
sake,
ruler
but the nightmarish
shit.
and
Oh my god.
captivating experience Fear and Hunger shapes through that cruelty. A cruelty you can feel as soon as the game begins. Hey, I just want to say that because I have validation issues and seek approval through unreasonable means, I play the game on the harder terror and starvation difficulty. And if you want the experience I'm about to spend the rest of this video describing, I advise you do the same.
Oh, okay.
You start the game by picking one of 4 characters, your only guidance being that there is
I'll
a
do that.
infamous knight named Lagarde who disappeared into the dungeon of Fear and Hunger. Your goal being to locate Lagarde and escape the dungeon. Something you can actually do in under an hour. In theory. From here, the game drops you into its opening courtyard. No tutorial, no direction, just you and the dungeon's gaping abyss. What could possibly go wrong? You are immediately mauled to death by a pack of ravenous dogs.
In theory.
Hear that
Okay,
knocking
great.
sound? That is the sound that will greet you every time you die and are booted back to the game's opening menu. It is the sound of a failed run, of lost progress, and of having to start again. You will hear it a lot. Unless you're playing as anyone except Knight, who is objectively the best character in the game, the dogs are a nightmare that will shred your health in a couple of attacks and inflict multiple status effects, even initiating their own coin flip attack, which if you lose... Yep. Soon, you will learn that fighting the dogs is not a reliable option. So what if instead you just escape into the castle, and you know, if you time it just right, there's this corner that the dog's AI will catch on, and hey, you've done it. You've found a reliable way to survive the dogs that you can now use in every playthrough moving forward. Oh god, no! What? Where's the... But how am I supposed to... No, piece of shit! Yeah, see, while the structure of Fear and Hunger's larger map stays the same, the subsections of that map switch between different handcrafted layouts, meaning even the shit you can rely on, you cannot rely on. The dogs feel so random and unfair and cruel, and I really couldn't blame someone for walking away at this point. But remember when I said there was no tutorial in Fear and Hunger? There actually is. And it's already started. You just don't know it yet. See, while the main entrance will nearly always result in a conflict with the dogs, there's actually this sneaky little side passage. And while it's nowhere near as inviting as the main gate, it leads down into a set of dark stairs that the dogs will not follow you down. And this is your reliable path forward. That is a much bigger deal than it sounds, but for now, I want to concentrate on where this stairway leads, down into a cramped basement crawling with eerie tentacled monsters. There's also this big door with a crow on it. I don't know what this is. It doesn't. Anyway, whom the basement's tight corridors will force you into conflict. However, these creatures are nowhere near as dangerous as the dogs, and because of that, this is where we can start to learn about Fear and Hunger's combat, the central mechanic of which is its limb dismemberment system.
Oh my god.
Rather than choosing to attack a single
so
enemy in
loud.
Fear and Hunger, you instead attack
My dad's
their
like
specific limbs.
cleaning
This
the
octopus
yard.
enemy being broken into its left, right, and
Oh my god,
tentacles,
you guys can hear
as
that,
well
can't
as
you?
its head. But the thing is, an enemy doesn't just get one turn
turn.
Sorry about that.
Each of these limbs has its own attacks, which it will use on its own individual turn. Meaning, you're not fighting one enemy, but several. This applies to every enemy in the game. Your options being to attack each of the octopus's limbs one by one, or go straight for the head and knock that fucker out. This is the correct option, unless you're playing as the Dark Priest, whose weak little arms can't even land a proper kill shot. Upon defeating your first tentacled monster, you will gain something that will change your entire perspective of fear and hunger. Nothing! No items, no experience, no level up. Unlike practically every other game with RPG elements, you cannot grind past a problem. You could kill every octopus in the basement and the dogs will be exactly as dangerous. And worse, the very next enemy you encounter will body you even harder than the dogs. It's frustrating. It's easy to feel like you're not making any progress, that this game doesn't make sense. But the thing is, you are, and it does. While you may not have gained any stat increases or material advantage, think about what you've actually learned. 1. There are enemies that you will not be able to overcome. 2. The most obvious path isn't always the way forward. 3. Headshots are the only reliable way to take down enemies. 4. There is no inherent advantage in winning most battles. It might not sound like a lot, but these 4 lessons are how the game tutorializes you. They are the building blocks that will prepare you for the entire rest of the game. And now that you have them, you're ready to take on the game's first real challenge. The ogre problem. The guard, or ogre as I like to call them, because calling them guards feels like referring to Godzilla as a scaly little fella, are the most common enemy in Fear and Hunger, and your ability to meaningfully progress in this game is going to depend on whether or not you can overcome them. And that might sound easier than it is. See, like the octopi, one good non-Dark Priest blow to the head will result in a kill shot, but unlike the octopi, you have a very low chance of actually hitting an ogre's head, a chance you can increase by
actually
taking out both its legs and causing it to fall over, but it takes 3 whole turns to do this, during which time the ogre will be free to use his cleaver to cut off your arms, which means no weapons or shields for you for the rest of the game. And if that sounds like a major disadvantage, it is. But don't worry, it's nothing a little child sacrifice can't fix.
What?
The ogre's right arm can initiate a coin flip attack, which if
Jesus,
you lose,
why?
well, we've seen where that leads. And on top of all this, we've also got this terms of service defying middle limb, which every turn has a chance to sting you for massive damage. Okay, look, I like to believe that both me and my audience are mature enough to handle the mere mention of genitalia, which is why I feel comfortable stating, oh my god, there are so many dicks in Fear and Hunger. Ghost
Fuck
dicks,
yeah.
wall dicks,
Fuck yeah.
armored dicks, menu dicks, titties and vagines too. So much so that I had to do an extra editing pass on this video to cover them all up. And who knows, maybe I missed one. Maybe I left a sly little one in there on purpose. That's a joke. Or is it? There's no way to tell. This is the ogre problem. How do you prioritize which parts of him to attack without losing the majority of your health? No way I left a
If you're seeing this, we did not just have a penis party. That means YouTube made me cut it. We did not just have a penis party. That means YouTube made me cut it. That's awesome.
This is the ogre problem. How do you prioritize which parts of him to attack without losing the majority of your health or limbs in the process? It's questions like that that the challenge of Fear and Hunger.
I'm gonna work on
and if you think that
these
sounds
two
difficult,
next.
Oh, buddy, oh my sweet little friend. So how do you deal with ogres? Well,
I'm
I
gonna
like to do
deal
it
with these two.
like this.
Oh yeah, I'm on break right now.
Let me tell you a little story. Throughout Fear and Hunger, there's these bear traps
Sorry, I'm
placed around the
muting
dungeon,
this.
and stepping into one means losing both legs, which effectively ends your run unless you're willing to crawl through the game on bloody stumps, slowly starving to death as you go insane, which I wouldn't recommend. You could start a YouTube channel to experience basically the same thing. This fucked so many of my early runs in Fear and Hunger. So I genuinely cannot undersell the dopamine explosion I experienced when I was caught by a guard, and knowing that fighting him would likely lead to the end of my run, I scrambled through my inventory, found a bear trap, and thought, fuck it, let's see if this works, and then it did.
Oh
The
my
guard,
god!
starting the battle with 2 damaged legs, meaning his head was vulnerable from the first turn. For this single moment, I felt like the smartest man on the planet. And it was amazing not only because the game's difficulty had forced me to think creatively under pressure, but because it led to a broader realization about Fear and Hunger. This game is not an RPG. It's an immersive sim. If you're unfamiliar, an immersive sim is a game where rather than asking you to engage with its world through one central system, think shooting in Doom, fighting in Street Fighter, or platforming in Mario, immersive sims present you with a variety of systems or options in how to approach a problem. And what I mean when I say Fear and Hunger is an immersive sim is that if you try to play this game like an RPG, you will get your face punched out through your ass. But when you start to look at it like an immersive sim,
I'd be down to
this
play
is
that.
where the entire game breaks open. Take, for example, the ogre problem. The bear trap is just one solution, but say you don't have a bear trap. Another option might be to fling a red vial in its face, blinding it, making it way less likely to land those devastating
Oh my god,
attacks.
that's so
We then
cool.
have the 2 options we already mentioned, systematically cutting off the ogre's
No.
limbs, which
Oh,
can work if you have decent enough armor to soak up the ogre's lesser attacks, or just proving what a mad bastard you are to everyone and going straight for the head, which is risky, but if you have the accuracy raising eyeglasses equipped, it actually becomes a viable tactic. Or maybe you don't do any of these things. Maybe you find an assassin's handbook,
Oh my god.
learn how to make guard skins, meaning that you can disguise yourself from the ogres, letting you just slip by, trivializing an entire part of the game we've just spent 3 paragraphs talking about. And it's that last approach particularly that raises a really interesting question in Fear and Hunger. Is the real challenge of this game its battles, or are battles just one small part?
I'll be back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick. Oh my god, I really need a piss. Oh my god. Okay. Where is it? Okay. I love channels that talk about really good content other than just like really bad content. I think it's okay to talk. I think it's good to talk about bad content. And I do believe the part where they say, if you want to make good stuff, you should learn about bad stuff just as much as good stuff so you know what to avoid or just have new ideas for mechanics. It's the same with vocal training. When you want to sound like a girl or a boy, you do that, and it's supposed to be really helpful. So, I don't know. I like this a lot. Gonna press play.
Of something much greater. Because of how we're conditioned to interact with RPGs, it's easy to go into Fear and Hunger assuming that battles are the most important part of it. But as you have the kind of experiences we just talked about, you'll start to understand that way more important than battles is your knowledge and creativity in how to navigate this world. And for me, that revelation started with the bear trap, but it could have just as easily been when I realized that if you have a stick in your inventory when fighting those f***ing dogs, you can actually throw it for them and these lovable little puppers will get distracted, so you can just stab them to death. But the kicker is that you could have also used that stick to craft an ultra valuable torch item, which many areas are completely unnavigable. That is a word, I looked it up, without. So do you really want to spend a stick on this one encounter? Or do you want to save it for later in the game as the encroaching darkness begins driving your party insane? Do you really want to burn that red vial in the eyes of an ogre? Or should you have avoided
my clip studio is freaking out right now.
To burn through a locked door. These are the dilemmas that Fear and Hunger will constantly hit you with, even when saving your game. As to do so, you'll need to correctly guess a coin flip. A failure resulting in, well, some bad things. However, by holding shift, which the game does not tell you, you can actually spend a lucky coin to flip 2 coins instead of 1.
Hello.
Do you want to waste that coin on a game save or hold on to it to use in a
hello.
Okay. Or to up your chances of surviving one of those agonizing instant kill attacks? The more you learn how valuable items actually are, moments like raiding barrels in the open
did Clip Studio shut down?
Enthralling as you calibrate and recalibrate your route to the dungeon with each new item. And the more you learn about these systems, the wider and more far-reaching those revelations become. For example, one of the game's major choke points are the mines, filled with dangerous boss monsters and particularly the ghosts which lie at the very end, which normal weaponry will not work on. And for me, learning to navigate the mines and the fact that the ghosts are vulnerable to cursed weapons felt huge. But then, 40 hours later, learning that there was actually a secret passage within a secret passage within a secret passage that just bypasses the mines completely, it is the closest I've ever felt to one of those galaxy brain expansion memes.
Jesus.
And moments like this are what led to my realization that the real currency of Fear and Hunger is not stats or items or money, but knowledge, your understanding of what this world is and how to move through it. This renders an earlier statement of this video that of a foolish child.
What?
Anyone except Knight, who is objectively the best class in the game. Knight is good.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh, I thought it's like everything he learned up to this point is the best thing to know. And then I was like, what? I don't know. This is so interesting.
Combination of her armor granting her the highest starting defense as well as her speccable ability fast attack, which once activated lets her make 2 actions per turn, means she can both soak up the damaging mistakes beginner players will make as well as giving those players an extra turn to experiment experiment and learn, which makes her a really solid starting option and objectively the best character in the game in combat. However, think of everything we've just talked about and how every advantage of Night is linked exclusively to battles. In terms of navigating Fear and Hunger's world and interacting with it as an immersive sim, Night has no advantages at all. Now, compare that to Mercenary, a character who, stats-wise, is far weaker than Knight. However, not only can his lock-picking ability allow him to bypass any lock in the game, saving those red vials for flinging in the eyes of people who disagree with you about anime, but he can also be spec'd with the ability Escape Plan, giving him a much higher likelihood of successfully escaping battles, as well as the ability Dash, which lets him move at double speed. In any other RPG, the combination of these two abilities would be convenience, but in Fear and Hunger, they are game-changing.
My brain is like being weird right now.
Enemies and escape easily, even in the off chance they catch you, trivializing both the opening dogs as well as the 30-minute time limit you have.
My brain is like, I don't know. I've been feeling kind of disfired the past couple days, so.
You can hit credits on this game without engaging in a single battle. So then, Knight is the best character, asterisk, in combat, second asterisk, at the beginning of the game. Because you see, the Outlander, who can also be spec'd with Dash, has the highest base attack, letting him hit like a goddamn meteorite, as well as occasionally breaking locked doors, saving on those ultraviolet.
Oh, what a Chad.
But can also be spec'd with the skill Devour, which lets him eat defeated foes, practically eliminating his hunger mechanic from Fear and Hunger. And while his starting defense is low, equipping him with the superior armor you're likely to find over the course of the game will eventually make him just as durable as Knight, as well as a late game item that will let him move twice per turn. Meaning, if you can struggle through a particularly brutal early game, you'll be left with a character with all the advantages of Knight, but who can move at double speed, hit harder, and with much easier hunger management. And if you think that's crazy, well, let's talk about the Dark Priest, who still sucks. Lowest attack, lowest defense, his little body too frail to hold any decent weapons or armor, his necromancy spell doesn't even do anything. I genuinely do not understand what kind of loser picks the Dark Priest. Like, what is so empty about your life that this is the character you go with? What all this means is that making a successful run in Fear and Hunger means synthesizing together your knowledge of its monsters and how to overcome them, its map and how to navigate it, the strengths and weaknesses of your character.
That's gonna come back later.
As
The priest is gonna be useful.
Your understanding of the game's items and creativity in how to use them. But the maddening twist with that last one is that 99% of items in Fear and Hunger are randomized. You don't even know what items you're going to pull from a specific barrel or crate, meaning you don't even know what tool set you're going to be approaching these obstacles with, or what resources you're going to be able to fall back on. And that's a problem, because the longer a run in Fear and Hunger lasts, the more difficult the mere act of just keeping your party alive and sane becomes. Each character has both a hunger and mind gauge that will constantly drain over time, and letting either drop below 50% can have disastrous effects on your run, as characters suffer mental breakdowns and usually winnable battles become party-wiping massacres. A full party meaning you have 8 different gauges that will be constantly draining your supply of food and sedatives, and that's alongside the healing items you'll need to recover from the inevitable damage you will take, as well as the constant supply of torches you'll need to maintain. Failure to do so in the wrong area, meaning you'll be left scrambling in the pitch black darkness, no idea where to go or what to do as you leak sanity. And again, you could just start a YouTube channel to experience the exact same thing. This is all on top of the 30-minute time limit you have to reach the guard, as well as the multitude of different status effects that you'll need specific items to cure. And what this all means is that each new step down into the dungeon of fear and hunger becomes this anxiety-inducing nightmare that made me realize something. Fear and Hunger is not just an immersive sim. It's also a survival horror. The way survival horror games, horror you is through two steps. The first is the steady chokehold they place on your resources, creating this ever-looming threat that you will encounter something that you do not have the health, bullets, or sanity to overcome. That anxiety leaving the player in an emotionally vulnerable state that the second step can happen. The actual scares, which are now able to tap into something more primal, real, and frightening. Fear and Hunger achieves that first part through its nerve-shredding resource management, but what I was not expecting is how disturbingly it handles the second. When you start Fear and Hunger, most of what you'll encounter are dark takes on fantasy tropes. Ogres, imps, lizard men, etc. And while it is stressful, it isn't really frightening, but there's a moment for me where that starts to change. There's a secret area on the first floor called the Backyard, which you can only really reach through an understanding of how Fear and Hunger's first couple of areas work. And compared to everything you've been through to get to that point, this place feels different. In fact, if you ignore the hanging dead naked bodies, it's peaceful, even serene, with no enemies and plenty of resources. But then you explore up the top left and encounter a group of around 20 people, all naked except for bunny masks, fucking each other's brains out.
Nice.
It's such a strange and shocking moment, but what's even more bizarre is that you can actually join in to recover your health.
Nice.
But at the risk of losing your mind and being lost here in ecstasy forever, just like everyone else. And that's a concept I find equally eerie and a little beautiful. The idea that all these people have huddled together and found comfort in each other in such an awful place is genuinely sweet, but the fact that they don't seem to be in full control of their actions just brings it right back around to horrifying. It is a testament to this game that this isn't even the most disturbing orgy you'll encounter. While I don't find this scene particularly frightening, what it was the moment that Fear and Hunger kicked my legs out from under me. Up until this point, I thought I understood what this game was and was willing to present me with, but now that sense fell away. And what this left was just this creeping sense that I had no idea what was waiting for me past this point. And that feeling never stopped. The further down the dungeon you go, the more the nature and reality of this place begin to invert in on themselves, as the creatures you encounter begin to distort and separate from any established fantasy idea or conventional norm. Like a later enemy that looks like a pregnant mannequin, only for the baby to fall out of it onto the floor in front of you and turn by turn slowly crawl to its feet and raise its knife. And I don't even know what to fucking say about the harvest men, which don't even attack. They just stand there, reaching their long limbs out and caressing you. Hey, late video edit here. That's not all they do. Do not fight the harvest men. I repeat, do not fight the harvest men. Also, I'm not even gonna talk about what's in this hut, but it's bad, so enjoy. That survival horror combination, the anxiety-inducing resource scarcity followed by the genuinely horrifying things you encounter, it creates a kind of emotional pressure that pushes on you more and more with each new step you take. And where the game elevates that pressure into straight up dread is with some fucking amazing atmosphere through sound design. There's one track later on called The Tomb of Gods, where you have this chasm-like soundscape, but then out of it rises this ethereal voice that sounds just a little too high to be human. Accented by these sinister, clinging bells. mixed in a way that makes it sound like around the next corner might just be waiting some ancient, terrifying ritual just beyond what you can see. Maybe my favorite way the game creates dread through its sound, however, is the track City of Ancients. In it, you can hear a familiar noise. It's that knocking sound we've come to associate with the beginning of the game. But whereas before it sounded close, as if we're standing next to it, now it sounds distant. Far away and smothered by some gigantic black abyss. And it's such a subtle but incredible way for the game to whisper to you that the place you started is now very far away, and the place you are is unfathomably deeper and darker. And what awaits
And like
you is only further horror. This all combines to make Fear and Hunger a
Oh, it's not video yet. Okay.
Dread. But there is one part of this game where that dread spirals into flat out terror. It is 2 a.m. I am sitting alone on me and my wife's queen-sized bed, playing Fear and Hunger on my Steam Deck. I'm exploring an area I'd been through.
I need to get a Steam Deck at some point.
When suddenly,
seems nice.
I'd seen this message before, and by now assumed it was just the game trying to fuck with me. I ignore it and go about my business when, hey, wait, I've never seen that enemy before. What is that? Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, God, what is happening? Oh, my God.
What the fuck?
This run-devouring monstrosity is the Crow Mauler, a creature who takes inspiration very directly from Silent Hill 2's Pyramid Head. In fact, there's a lot of references in Fear and Hunger, which I don't really get anything out of, but depending on how much you enjoyed the Super Mario movie, you might. Pyramid Head was, in concept at least, a stalker enemy, a dangerous, near-indestructible creature that pursues the player through the game. And I love stalker enemies. The concept of something that barely obeys the rules of this world while hunting you through it is so captivating and terrifying. However, that terror can quickly turn to goofy irritation if a stalker isn't sufficiently challenging or punishing.
Yeah.
This is not a concern you will have with... That terror can quickly turn to goofy irritation if a stalker isn't sufficiently challenging or punishing. This is not a concern you will have with the Crow Mauler. At any point during a battle, he can launch one of several game-derailing attacks. He can use his maul to smash the bones of your party, leaving them permanently debuffed. He can
Sorry, I'm looking for
eyes,
references
to go
right
blind. Pray this does not happen to your main character. And most frighteningly of all, his peck attack will, without a coin toss, kill one of your party members. Encounters with the Crow Mauler are nightmares, massacres in which you and your party hobble away from, beaten,
yeah, I might not finish this today, but I'll definitely have it finished tomorrow, though. Yeah,
he has a tendency
definitely
to burst through a wall and attack you at the worst possible time. And it's in those moments you can feel your meticulously planned, hard-fought run teetering on the edge of oblivion. The Crow Mauler works because he's maybe the purest distillation of Fear and Hunger's cruelty. And it is that cruelty that makes this game what it is. There's even multiple points where the game will just kill you outright for selecting the wrong option, like asking you, do you want to climb down a toilet? And if you do, you don't even get a game over, you're just trapped there forever. The lesson being, don't do that, stupid. And in any other game, this would just feel
Jesus,
cheap.
don't be mean.
But in Fear and Hunger, it's just part of the cruel core that is this game. Death is always a lesson. And when I started, this all felt so random and pointless and unfair, but the more I played the game, the more I'd hit these points and find myself going back over the choices that had led me there, picking apart what I could have done different, learning from it, and then excited to reapply that knowledge in my next run. That loop is maddeningly addictive. Learning how to engage with Fear and Hunger's world in the way that it's asking you to, that is the true challenge of this game, and it is fucking enthralling. Recently, I started to learn piano, and as I've mentioned before, I get up several mornings a week and cycle through the freezing Dublin air where I learn to pretend murder people in jiu-jitsu, and those are both very technical activities that you slowly get better at by making mistakes, and Fear and Hunger, it fires my brain in that same way. And combined with the game's atmosphere, its mystique, its feeling of discovering just a little piece more of this nightmare with each run, it makes for a horrifying and captivating experience that I think you should play. But unfortunately, that is a recommendation I'm going to have to temper with some criticisms.
What?
Technically, Fear and Hunger is kind of a mess. There's several areas that drag my frame rate into single digits, and 1 or 2 points where my game would consistently freeze, killing my run. If you don't understand what Fear and Hunger is, it's easy to believe that the game is unfair and random, but these crashes show what actual random unfairness looks like, and it fucking sucks. The caveat here being I was playing mostly on Steam Deck and ran into these issues far less frequently on PC, but it's still a shame. Fear and Hunger is the kind of game that devours plane rides, and while it has the Steam Deck compatibility tick, it probably shouldn't. I can let this go because Fear and Hunger is made by mostly one person, which is a fucking achievement, but my 2 other issues are less excusable. There's an area in the game where you discover a tribe of cave dwellers, and it's just a straight up terrible depiction of indigenous people. I'm guessing this was an idea brought in with all the other Lovecraftian influences, but I think we could safely just leave this shit behind. And if you need me to explain why, you make me tired and I don't want to talk to you. Another issue I'm going to have to be a little more careful about unless I want to piss off YouTube. Again, there's a couple of enemies in Fear and Hunger where losing to them may trigger a cutscene where your character is assaulted. Now look, I ain't no prude, I like the dicks. Discovering the sex party is one of my favorite moments of this game, but this kind of stuff is heavy for people, so if you're going to include it, I think it's important that it adds something of actual value. Take Berserk. If you remove the elements of assault from this story, it fundamentally changes several of its main characters, as well as undermining Berserk's core themes of a person's capacity to heal and finding peace in a traumatic world. In Fear and Hunger, though, it's just there. I understand the logic, this is a cruel game and it's depicting a cruel act, but in practice, it just feels goofy. And is that worth alienating the people who would otherwise play this game, as well as keeping Fear and Hunger off streaming platforms like Twitch? I don't think it is, and I say all this as someone who's not upset by depictions of assault in media. I just think if you're going to include it, you'd need to consider how and why, and I don't think this game has done that. Fortunately, during the creation of this video, someone actually released a mod that cuts out all the more sensitive content, which, oh boy, would have been handy to have a month ago. But what it means is that anyone can now play it, as well as the game being fully streamable. And stream it I shall over on twitch.tv/SuperEyePatchWolf this Friday at 1 PM EST. And that
he hasn't beaten it yet?
Because when Fear and Hunger spins together in just the right way, the emergent narratives it creates are the stuff of pure streaming gold. And it is one of those narratives that I want to end this video on. But before I do, I just want to acknowledge that if you feel like this video has maybe pulled back a few too many of Fear and Hunger's mysteries, its sequel, Fear and Hunger Termina, actually released at the end of last year. So here is an entire other bigger game built with the same design ethos for you to just discover for yourself. Now, here is my journey through Fear and Hunger. Against my better judgment, and because I've never really gotten over Casca, I started with the knight, taking advantage of her strong early game, rolling good enough items that let me save the mercenary from the prison as well as the weird dog from the cave, recruiting both and battling my way through the game's lower floors. And as I did, something started to dawn on me. I knew which fights to take, I knew which to avoid. Every death, every lesson from previous runs was now materializing.
I wonder if Fosh would ever play this game on stream.
That was now spinning
This would be a
together
great
into
game for him to play on
combination of
stream,
good
to be
fortune and
honest.
execution that honestly was mildly euphoric as I started to feel like, oh my god, I'm actually doing it. I'm actually going to make it. But there was also something else, dread, knowing that one wrong decision or mistimed button press could drag it all crumbling down. My hands were beginning to cramp. I could feel the sweat on my controller as I approached Lagarde's cell with mere moments left on the clock. I was going to do it. The end was finally— oh god! Oh Jesus, no! And still I managed to rescue Lagarde. Adrenaline pounding through me as I shot back up through the dungeon's floors, trying to remember what enemies I'd left alive
actually,
and where.
what am I doing?
Scrambling through its corridors, tense and terrified as the Crow Mauler never felt more than a few steps away, until finally we reached the game's opening courtyard. My party beaten and broken and missing limbs, but alive. We had made it, and I felt genuine happiness for them. Both they and I had escaped the dungeon of fear and hunger. I had beaten
Oh my god.
the game. Only, why did Lagarde go back? What was that weird moment after you rescue him where he glances up a hallway that we don't need to go down? Well, it didn't matter. What matters is I was now free. My life was—
oh no, it's
to
still not
enjoy
over.
The sun and the grass and the supermarket. Maybe if I cook a delicious enough meal, my wife will come back. No, I don't want to go back. No. I began a new playthrough of Fear and Hunger. And the class I picked was—
no! I knew it!
Okay, the Dark Priest is the worst character in the game until you realize that you can use necromancy to resurrect ghouls and skeletons who join your party, fitting them out with all the armor and weapons you are too weak to carry. But the real brain explosion moment came when I entered an altar and was given the unusual option to show love to my zombie servant. And you know, fuck it, I thought, let's see what happens. And so I closed my eyes and thought of Misty the zombie from Resident Evil, or the nurses from Silent Hill, or the zombie boyfriend from Warm Bodies. Hey, wait a minute, that's too many attractive zombies. And while I fully expected the game to punish me for this, what happened was fucking awesome. As my character and his beloved ghoul servants enjoyed each other, something strange began. They started to liquefy, merging, ceasing to be two separate beings, but becoming one. Marriage, the brand new character class who could use the spells of the necromancer.
That's so
wield
cool.
The armor and weapons of the knight with an even greater offense than the outlander, able to break down doors in a single swing.
What?
I started to feel unstoppable, using everything I'd learned to lay waste to this dungeon. That same euphoria roaring back, but stronger now. Again, I rescued Lagarde, but this time I went north at the place he hesitated, only to be met with a giant locked door. But how do I get it? Wait a minute, I had never figured out what that strange artifact was in the weird racist village from a previous run. And maybe, yes, unload your secrets upon me, game. And here,
okay,
I've come to learn something terrifying.
What time is it?
This was Fear and Hunger's halfway point.
What?
Again.
Okay, that's a great place to pause right now. I'm going to go on for a 15-minute walk. And yeah, so I'll just type that out, I guess. What the fuck? Sec, I'm gonna delete some stuff at some point. Move. Us. See, this is why I need to work on making some better stuff for this, to be honest. Okay, I'll be back. Oh god. Fuck it. Oh god. Fuck. Oh god. Oh god. Fuck. God. Motherfucker. Wait, am I streaming at all? Oh, thank god. I am. Okay. I'll be back. I think until I'm back though, because I'm watching that video too, I'll just play a different video. I don't know what, to be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna work on some stuff to make sure. Oh my god, I'm almost done with this. Fuck, that's so cool. Yeah, I did a lot on this, honestly. I could get all of this done tomorrow, and then I'll be ready for posting it tomorrow. So if I do like comics like that, that could be pretty nice. Like obviously I want to try to finish them all in one day, but I don't know. I think it's important to try to get projects like these done in a quick pace. What do I play? Oh, waiting. Mandalore Gaming is pretty cool. I like Mandalore Gaming. Actually, fuck you. We're gonna... No, fuck that. I'll show you Mandalore Gaming. Mandalore Gaming. Am I right? Come on, guy. Come on, girls. Am I right, girls? Am I right? Mechanicus. If you don't know what this game is, fuck you.
Welcome back to Warhammer. There are no Space Marines this time around. Instead, this game has you playing as the Adeptus Mechanicus, and you're on a field trip / home invasion to rob the Necrons. That may have sounded like gibberish. The Mechanicus have been in some games, usually with the Imperial Guard, but they're not the Imperial Guard. Okay, picture Inspector Gadget, but he's a monk and he fixes your car. Okay, I'll get into the lore. I'm going to assume you know about the Imperium of Man and all that. The Mechanicus works with the Guard, but they're not part of the Guard. Like, picture Amazon. Imagine it has a giant government contract. Not only do they make and sell knickknacks and random stuff, they also make cars, tanks, guns, ships, and everything else needed to wage a war and also just run the economy in general. That's them, and there is no competition. They make most every gun and vehicle in the Imperial military, so their organization has a lot of sway. This is because when the Imperium was being founded on Earth, they already had their own empire on Mars.
They only joined up because their organization was given a ton of autonomy. They got challenged here and there, but we don't have time for those stories. So as virtually the only research and manufacturing center, they get up to stuff. Sometimes their experiments have questionable legality. No, they don't get bothered much. Let's say some smug commissar tries to tell on them for, say, making an AI. Well, they can just say, it's not an AI, there's a human brain in there. How do you know? I promise. Even if you manage to get them in trouble, they might start having manufacturing issues, and then they can't send you vehicles and weapons anymore. Then all your men get eaten by bugs or demons or something, because this won't work without this. Okay, simple enough. Now, most of the best stuff is hoarded by the AdMech's private army. They're always looking to recover old technology or discover new ones. And there happens to be an ancient alien race with hyper-advanced technology and entire tombs of it. These are the Necrons. So what is a Necron? Well, they're Terminators in space who hate all life. At least they used to be. Now they have different dynasties and agendas, and they're basically undead space Egyptians. So that's fresh. Necrons have fancy things, the AdMech wants to touch all of it. Mechanicus is all about one of those expeditions. Of course, there's a conflict over how much should be preserved rather than destroyed. Those decisions will be up to you. There's no telling what's down there, so let's check it out.
One day, the crude biomass that you call a temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved. For the machine is immortal. Even in death, I serve the Omnisire.
That's one hell of a title drop. For starters, this is a turn-based tactical game. There are many levels and mechanics of fighting the Necrons, but we'll hold off on all of that for now. Let's begin with the visuals. The game is sold at half the price of a AAA game, and it looks the part. If you've played other games in the genre, the texture work and detail in the environment isn't going to be the best thing you've ever seen. There's also a depth of field effect on zooming, which I would like if you could adjust it. I actually like the effect when it's subtle, but it's very aggressive here, and there's no option for it, so having one would be ideal. I'd still say this game is punching above its weight when it comes to the budget. The use of fog, shadows, light, and reflections do help make up for the shortcomings. On a technical level, I'd still say it's good, especially for the genre. There's been a few better, but a lot more worse, especially when this is being carried by some fantastic art direction. What the environmental detail lacks is made up for by the character models. If anything, the relative minimalism does help accent them. Whenever I saw Tech Priest, I always wondered what all that machinery was even for. I mean, where do you start? Well, now you'll know because every class upgrade, piece of war gear, weapon, equipment, it's all modeled. You can end up with very different looking soldiers and push even further by coloring them in. Then you throw in all the troop types you can bring into a fight. They're not as customizable, but they do change visually when they upgrade. It's a nice detail to have. The look of this game is very appealing to me. I think it could be because the detailed and colorful models and a relatively bland surface reminds me a lot of the tabletop game. I mean, technically you actually are playing a tabletop game within a video game. Except when your troops die in-game, they die for real in the game. Wait, the Necrons have minis too, and you can steal them. Okay, we're getting too meta here. The 2D artwork is also great and horrific. The Necrons have some cool models too. However, the visuals aren't the real star of Mechanicus. It's the sound. What do Apple Store Jawas sound like? Computer sounds, I guess. Yeah, that's about right. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting this. Not only is this an incredibly creative way to not have as much voice acting, it sounds phenomenal. You still have more traditional stuff too.
I have watched you since you dared breach the orbit of our world.
Then you just have the regular sounds of the game. This isn't even the main draw, neither was the voice acting. It's the music. What can I say? No one told me about the soundtrack. It's the most electronic a Warhammer game has gone, and appropriately so. It's very industrial, so the melodies remind me of engines revving. The vocals can change from European medieval monks to like Egyptian priests chanting. It's like you're playing with the big boys now from the Prince of Egypt, but the big boy's a Necron Lord. Most electronic music has a bass drop. Mechanicus has a pipe organ. It's a supremely creative soundtrack, and it's one of my favorite Warhammer OSTs now. And this is from a franchise with a lot of competition in a music genre that I'm not that into. It's just that good. So overall, the presentation is outstanding. The aggressive depth of field is my only real style issue with it. Besides that, there's an occasional stutter after taking an action, and I think that's an engine thing. It only seemed to be noticeable in some particular maps. Beyond that, it's very stable, and trust me, I've played worse. Speaking of playing, let's talk about that. You can divide the game up into 3 separate sections. The first is tomb exploring. There are several kinds of rooms, and different missions have different layouts. If you've played something like Darkest Dungeon, this will be familiar to you, except you can see where you're going. With each new room you go to, an awakening meter will increase. This represents the tomb activating more stuff as they become aware of you, and you don't want to wake the Necrons. Starting off, it's not a huge deal. However, the more you explore around, the more horrific this meter will become. Ignoring the objectives of loot means deadlier fights. It's still worth looking around because there are treasure rooms that could give you resources and equipment, as long as you pick the right symbol. But the symbols are consistent, it doesn't stay a random guessing game. When you pick a safe one enough, it even gets highlighted later. Then you have the event rooms, and all sorts of things can happen in here. This is where it becomes pure guesswork. Usually it's do you want to destroy a weird thing, or try to study it. You might wake the Necrons up more, then again you might get some help in an upcoming battle. Now, some of you might be going, oh, the game's ruined, I hate that shit. Well, I have good news. There's an option to have symbols appear for the results, so it will no longer be completely random. In fact, while there are standard difficulties, this game is absurdly customizable. Nearly every mechanic and stat can be adjusted or flat out turned off. You can adjust it to be a walk in the park or the hell crawl that you crave. So just keep that in mind. I'll be coming back to this dungeon part, but I'm gonna move on for now. The second part is the battle. You slap your troops down in a small area and begin the fight. You may be surprised if you thought this was going to be a copy of another game. There's no such thing as accuracy. If the weapon's in range, it hits. No cover system either. You're either out of range or completely obstructed behind something big. Line of sight and weapon range are the name of the game. You can't sit around and Overwatch either. Your tech priests don't know how. They don't want to sit around, they want to touch everything. There's only one who can Overwatch, and you will learn to hate him. The only units dodging shots will be your own, and only through a special class upgrade. Accuracy may not be an unknown factor, but there are several others. You can gauge your own weapon range, but not that of the enemy, or their potential damage output or abilities. Most importantly, you don't know how much health they have. There are 2 damage types, physical and energy, with armor for both. High armor can completely absorb an attack. This means without intel, you could be firing off useless shots and not even know it. So you could send out a servo skull to find out the stats, and then it gets stuck on cooldown for a few turns, and the skull can do something else. Collect cognition points. Cognition point taking, CPT, is a mechanical activity vital to your success. Most tech priest weapons, and especially the more powerful ones, require cognition points to fire. A lot of active skills use it too. Here's the thing, as long as it's off cooldown, a tech priest can use as many skills and weapons in a turn as they want. If you have points to spend, you can do it. If you have a point, you can sprint outside of normal move range. Once again though, you can keep doing this. So if you have the points for it, you can just run all over the map. This is your lifeblood. The easiest way to get it is grabbing it off map objects. These refresh when a turn phase is over. You can find special war gear to get it, you can get it through skills. As the game goes on, you find more sophisticated ways to keep that meter filled. Even defeated enemies have some on the body. So with careful strategy, you can keep that meter in balance. Instead of just shooting a robot, you can have a Radio Shack man stand next to it, so when he gets shot, he can collect the point. Then again, maybe you should just try to get rid of the bodies immediately. They're Necrons. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Do you try to get points, or do you leave a dangerous body intact? You decide. Of course, if you crit them the first time, they're not coming back. I admit I didn't like the system too much at first, it felt strange. But as I got more points and more equipment, I really started to appreciate it. Immediately firing off your most powerful weapon often isn't the best course to take. Carefully planning your attacks and skills will get you the best outcome. Like the dungeons, there's opportunity here as well. Remember the awakening meter? Well, it's here too and doesn't stop. Every time you go to a new turn phase, the bar fills up. In battle, there are sometimes Necron computers that you can break to reduce it, which means wasting attacks that you could have used on a Tomb King. At the same time, you can have a tech priest scan it for money. You can't do that if the computer's already blown up. Do you go for the money, or shoot at range before the meter gets higher? You have to balance all of this out, and at the same time, expect the unexpected. This is a tomb. You think you have it all figured out, then suddenly a giant platform raises and you have new problems. An eye needs to be kept in the platforms that move around. There are little turret traps, the big kids' meal turret traps. Sarcophagi that spit out more angry skeletons at the worst possible time. You might make a risky power play only to find out that it was the worst possible thing you could have done. The early game can be brutal, and that's not the worst of it. Sometimes a battle will have an objective like escape. There's an angry horde coming for you, get all your boys to this square. So you barely make it and, surprise, now you need to wipe them out. All of them. Once again, this only happens some of the time. This is something I hated starting out, but it made more sense later. For now I want to move on to the third part of the game so I could go back through it with proper context. This is the downtime aboard your ship when you manage your army. When you complete a mission, you get all kinds of rewards, including new equipment. There are tons of different weapons and equipment pieces. You likely won't see every one in a single playthrough. This extends to troops and their upgrades. The currency, called Blackstone, can be used to spec out your priests. Each tree will unlock 4 pieces of special class armor, but other than that you could equip anything on anyone. You just need enough slots to fit the equipment, and you get more as you level up. These guys can get way up there too, they could multi-class right from the get-go. The other use of cash is to take regular troops with you on missions. Your basic servitors will be free, but more advanced troops will start costing. You have unlimited troops in storage, so if you do plan permadeath, only priests don't come back if they die. That hurts a lot, but you can throw more troops at them. You can build around this, one of the classes is all about buffing lesser soldiers. As for the missions, you choose which ones you do and when. Mechanicus has multiple endings based on what you do or don't do. Be careful. This is also how you get most of your equipment, and it is semi-random in each playthrough. The Mechanicus has many needs, but you may not be able to fill them all. Oh right, that awakening meter is global. The more each tomb wakes up, the more the whole damn planet wakes up. You don't want that, so taking optional fights to reduce the awakening may be worth your time. There are many more smaller mechanics to this game, but those are the important ones for context. Now that you have that, I can go back through it and not sound like I'm speaking hieroglyphics. Okay, let's go again. So you get your cohort all picked out for a mission. You also pick your canicles, your once per mission powers, but I won't get into those. We're back to the dungeon. Overall, I think this part is good. Exploration is risky, but also very rewarding. Finding a powerful weapon or special piece of equipment is just as permanent as having an awakening meter go up. It has solid balance in that regard. I'm actually one of those people who doesn't mind the random events. I'd rather have this over the game just telling me the answer, but I do see where an improvement can be made. I wish events had the blue option. In the game FTL, you go around exploring with a crew in a spaceship, and random events pop up there too. Outcomes aren't guaranteed. Unless you have the blue option. This is always a good result. You only get them if you have a special piece of equipment or a crew member for the job. The more diverse your crew and equipment, the better chance you have for solving one of these problems. You can see where I'm going with this. With so many weapons and pieces of equipment and troop types, something like this would be perfect in Mechanicus. Maybe you only get the Purge with Flame option if you have a flamethrower. Or how about a Castellan robot in your party? That is a flamer. They're also known for their stable machine spirits. It would be a nice addition. It could also lead into a more balanced party, which I'll get into more soon. The combat in Mechanicus is great. The core to your victories will be tactical thinking, but unexpected things happen just often enough to keep it interesting. Again, the presentation is exceptional. The impact and sound of weapons, the physics of how bodies fly around, everything about it makes combat satisfying. The points and class system means you have a ton of options for playstyles. For example, the troop buff class I mentioned. Troop attacks cost no points, which is huge. The catch is that deploying them in each battle costs points. More advanced troops will cost more.
Discord.
So while they are effective, they require setup, which you could have been attacking with. Until you have your secular class in the field. He can call the most dangerous units anywhere for 1 point. He can use a skull to buff troops. This man can order a firing line. You can take 2 of these guys in a squad of troops and be fine. There's also a medic class. They can heal and cleanse and wait. That clock.
Okay, I'm gonna turn on this, check my Discord, and then work, I guess. This has been really fun so far for me.
I watched as the game destroyed my expectations.
Okay, I'm just gonna eat.
Because you see, somehow, beneath everything else I had overcome was now a giant, ancient city filled with the carcasses of gods and enemies so unfathomable and terrifying. I died over and over and over, yet I could not stop. Over and over, I hurled myself against this place, but it was never enough. My party was not strong enough. I became obsessed, crawling through my memories of this game, desperate for something, anything. And that's when I remembered that door in the basement at the beginning of the game. What had it said? What type of key did I need? Oh Jesus! Oh God, no! Not that! Anything but that! Anything but him! After many—
No! Mr. Kaka, motherfucker. I should play this game. This seems really fun. I actually really like this. I don't worry too much about spoilers. It's a little unfortunate I watched this like beforehand. There's another game I'm wanting to play that Hazel went over, and I'm really excited to go over it. Play it before, but I don't know. I don't know why I end up watching this. I'll be honest. It just looks fun.
Hours of experimenting. I defeated the Crow Mauler. I claimed my prize of the miasma sword, a blade so powerful that it threatened to drive my party insane. Still, its power was not enough. Still, the game rejected me, and that's when it happened. See, remember that floating head encounter at the beginning of the game?
Oh my god.
This is Nashra, and I developed quite a fascination for him. Whenever I'd get the Gore Corridor cutscene, I'd return to him, trying to glean what little information I could before being crushed to death. But that's when I discovered that by carrying the Cube of the Depths as well as the Eclipse Talisman obtained by talking to the Eastern Priests, Nashra can join your party.
Yeah!
So with him,
oh my god!
The strength of the
Holy
miasma
shit!
sword combined with the strength of marriage, I smashed my way through to the end game. I lay siege to the ancient city, decapitating its gods, emptying it of its secrets, until I stood before the throne of ascension, facing its final god in one last terrible battle where all my party members were killed and me, without healing items and only 2 HP remaining,
no,
I struck.
Yeah!
I sat upon the throne of ascension. I had done it. I had beaten fear and the game was not over.
What?
I was transported to some ancient, primordial, and terrifying place, haunted by things beyond human experience. I stumbled blindly and in fear. Once again, the game reduced me to a small, terrified coward. This
What the fuck?
had lasted nearly 3 hours. I was exhausted, but surely just a little more and I could be free of this awful place. And that's when I stood before some ancient, glowing abyss. When out of it rose some impossible eldritch being, older than time, older than space, more powerful than both. And I knew this was it. This was the game's final boss. And beyond it lay freedom. And so, with the knowledge of everything I had lost, every death that had come before me, I stepped forward and faced this impossible god in a primordial battle that would determine both our fates.
How do you beat that?
So, why put yourself through this? Why put yourself through the misery and pain and agony of this game? Well, I feel like the easy answer here would be to say it's the satisfaction of overcoming something difficult.
Oh, shit. I need to get some water real quick, and then I'll be ready for the rest of the stream. It'll be quick. Okay, so let's get started on this art project. Let me see if I'm still streaming. Okay.
But honestly, I think it's more than that. When I first started playing, easy answer here would be to say it's the satisfaction of overcoming something difficult. But honestly, I think it's more than that. When I first started playing Fear and Hunger, it didn't just feel hard, it felt like chaos. Death felt immediate and random and unfair. But after spending dozens of hours with this game, well, honestly, it still kind of feels that way. The feeling I have isn't mastery, but something else. Survival. The feeling of adapting, of taking this game.
Okay, I'm still
every
streaming.
Unfair and cruel thing it will do to you, and enduring. Of looking at your situation, your resources, your actual options, and using them to carve a path forward. And if it doesn't work, well, you learn what you can, and you do better next time. 'Cause that's kind of how fucking life is, right? One day you're fine, and the next you're not. You get hurt. You lose something. Your wife leaves you, or someone you love gets cancer. There's no reason to it.
Oh my god.
This is just
so
what
good.
Life is now.
Oh, water's so good.
It's easy to fall into despair. It's easy to feel like you have no options. But what you can do is try. Is look at your situation, look at the resources you do have, and adapt. And learn from it. Try and make today better than the one that came before. I don't know that there's any other medium that could give me that feeling besides video games, and Fear and Hunger uses that. This simulated experience of suffering, of pain, of losing things and surviving.
Where are you?
So yeah, this game is cruel. It is unfair. It will make you want to stop going. Chances are life will do those things as well, but there is always something you can learn. There's always something you can take away from those experiences and grow from it. And I think that's what's beautiful about Fear and Hunger. It's a game about moving forward in that cruelty and surviving regardless. Friends,
so
thank you
cool.
for joining me today. As ever, be sure to check out iPatchWolves.com to pick up some iPatchWolves merch, and also to subscribe to my Patreon to get 15% off. And I just want to thank my patrons for making this and all my videos possible. Special thank you this week to Zarok, Will Meister,
Where is
David
it?
Rab, Claire Burns, Super Moon Doggy.
Okay. I'm bored. Let's keep going.
Hello. Right
I'm doing.
now, you are meant to
Oh yeah, for the first hour, I'm gonna be working on my ToonTuber, and then the next hour, I'm gonna be redoing the whole thing on the other part. I just want to get. I just also want to try making time for my streamer stuff and my self-promotional stuff, while also working on the things that will also help make me money for the things I want to keep on doing. So this is me trying to build a career and jobs out of just, you know, me either just doing dumb streams or, I don't know, just having fun. So yeah, if you are watching and you have money and want to support me continuing to do stuff like this, I would really appreciate it. It would be really fun. I try to treat these like it's just friends hanging out watching videos together while having a fun time doodling. I don't know, it's kind of just the experience I've had with friends before, and I don't know, I think it's kind of fun and nice being able to do this. Anyway, let's keep going.
Watching a feature-length video on the
Where is it?
strange and fascinating overlap between fictional wrestling personas and their real-life human counterparts. However, to say that WWE put a slight roadblock in the way of that video is like saying that Yokozuna could be a little heavy-handed. So while I figure out creative ways to not get sued by Vince McMahon and his circus of angry muscle boys, I shall do what I do in all times of darkness. Turn to anime, and specifically JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The first one of these videos coming out 7 years ago, in which I hilariously mispronounced actual author Hirohiko Araki's name as Ariaki, and that's the last mistake I ever made.
Oh no.
Video now is
You're fine, okay?
When the combination
You're fine.
of JoJo being a copyright nightmare, as well as perhaps just a little too fabulous for the West, meant that the idea of it succeeding on a global level felt, well, unlikely. But then, 7 years later, here we are. That is what's happened. So much so that now it kind of feels like that we're in the aftermath of that. A combination of long-term fandom fatigue as well as Netflix's hype-destroying batch releases, meaning the same excitement that was there for the previous JoJo parts just doesn't really feel there for part 6, which is a bummer to me because Stone Ocean is my favorite JoJo part. Okay, I'm hype that. A combination of now it kind of feels like that we're in the aftermath of that. A combination of long-term fandom fatigue as well as Netflix's hype-destroying batch releases, meaning the same.
I hate that shit so much.
JoJo parts just doesn't really feel there for part 6, which is a bummer to me because Stone Ocean is my favorite JoJo part. Okay, I might have said in the part 4 video that was my favorite. I don't remember, and I'm not watching my own.
No,
video.
he said it was the best one. That's what it was. He said it was the best one. Why you should watch / read JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, Stone Ocean. Yeah, no, I remember what he said. Don't worry, you didn't say that. He didn't say that. If anyone says he said that, they're lying, and they should go to dumb fuck jail, where they get fucked in the dumb fuck zone, and become gay. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep playing.
But look, I'm allowed to change my mind. Part 6
That's true.
has issues. Even by JoJo standards, it is weird and convoluted. It has some, we'll call them uneven stand battles, and oh boy, that ending, we'll get to that. But like two beautiful cowboys on a frosty winter's morn, no matter how wrong society tells me it is, I just can't quit part 6. That is why I am here today, to explain to you why I love this beautiful...
Well, also, like, let's be honest, it's probably also because he made a tradition out of reviewing every part, and he's making money off this. I do believe he does this because he loves it. I just... Sometimes I find it kind of funny where he's like, yeah, guys, I always have a reason to review why this one's great. Especially part 5, the best part. I never got much from part 5 that he talked about. I don't know. Everyone has different experiences. I just thought part 5 was kind of mid. I never really got the hype about part 5 other than it existed and was better than the manga, which is fine. I think that's good. But it was still boring. People were always talking about how, like, Giorno now had character and personality, and I never really got what his personality was. I don't know, like, was his personality that he was, like, didn't have a personality? Or that he was determined to achieve his dream? Which is, like, nothing really that special. Especially in comparison to, like, JoJo Part 4, where the character actually felt, like, unique and interesting, or JoJo Part 2, where the character felt unique and interesting. I don't know, I just... Giorno was so boring. He was so boring. No one cares about Giorno. Right? Okay, can we just be honest? Giorno was so boring and so fucking dull, and he added nothing to the experience. Like, no one cared about him, they cared about the side characters, but even then, I didn't really feel much from the side characters other than in terms of, like, personality, you know? Like, I can get what they meant, like, in terms of, like, stuff that happens to them. Like, the dude who has, like, insanely bad luck with when it comes to a certain number. I don't remember which, or do I care? But he had a cool guns that talked to him, but he was kind of angry, I guess, was his personality. But besides that, I don't know. I found them boring, okay? Maybe if I rewatched it, I'll love it. It was just a boring part to me. I didn't like part 5. Fuck you. Maybe I have a good reason. They're just boring characters. Okay, let's keep going.
Broken part so much, and we should all be way more excited about its anime release than we are. Let us begin. Oh, another reason I haven't posted in a while is that I got married to a very small and complicated and beautiful little person, and I don't talk about her in these videos because I know she doesn't want that, but just this once I wanted to mention it. I love you, Michelle. Thank you for marrying me.
Oh, so cute! Oh my
also,
God.
I think I should have left the Brokeback Mountain joke till the part 7 video. That would have been good. Okay, look, depending on what state of weakness you catch, I might
what?
waver
Oh,
between
actually, that
part
makes
4 and part
sense.
6 being my favorite JoJo parts. The same is not true of this next statement. Jolene Cujo is my undisputed favorite JoJo.
Now that is something that I think you could definitely make a good argument for. She is, unironically, a really good character. Especially with her, like, I think she's probably, besides, like, Jonathan, I think she's had the most amount of character development. Don't get me wrong, I really liked Joseph Joestar and Josuke are two of my favorite JoJo's, but they don't have any actual character development. I just found them, like, in terms of, like, who did I find the most endearing and who was the most fun, who was the most enjoyable to follow and the most engaging characters. They were pretty engaging characters because of, like, who they were, but they never really changed at all at the end compared to how they were in the beginning. And that's not the case at all for Jolene. She actually has character development, and it's pretty good character development too. It's actually really cool seeing how she starts out as kind of like just some fucking town valley girl to like the actual badass like her dad. But it's just, she goes through so much shit to get there, and it's so cool. It's really cool seeing how she gets there. I also think this was definitely one of the best parts. I do have to agree with him. This is probably one of the best parts. I'd have to put it like maybe number 2. I don't know. I want to put it on number 2 because it is objectively better than part 2. But I also enjoy part 2 a lot. No, part 2 is harder to rewatch though. And it can get kind of like disappointing at times where I'm like, okay, I don't care about this part. But this one, I genuinely would watch it again. I love it. It's a good part. Anyway, let's press play.
Joe. This is for many, many reasons, but what I love is how many of those reasons are incorporated into her character design. Unlike many of her more human fridge-like ancestors, Jolene is, well, not that. Her build is small, slender, and feminine. This
isn't that like the JoJo's before her in part 4 and 5 though? Okay.
This is not a superhero. This is a teenage girl. And you can see that in everything from her Britney-esque gang tattoo to her braided ox buns, which I have to believe were inspired by this photo of Gwen Stefani, to her wild web jumpsuit and chaotic neon makeup, all making Jolene feel ripped straight from a 90s drug-fueled rave, steeped in the fashion, styling, and culture of that era. And that alone makes her feel chaotic and rebellious, but even more so when you look at how Jolene's design is the first protagonist since Jotaro to throw off the Japanese school uniform / bancho aesthetic. Like her entire visual identity.
I never noticed that.
Everything that came before.
Whoa, that's so cool.
Is appropriate given her anger towards her estranged father Jotaro, but the real genius of this
Jotaro, isn't he Jotaro? It's Jotaro. Oh, is he doing a joke there? Did he do that on purpose? I wonder if he did that. Or maybe he said that so he could get away with making fuck-ups. I don't know. We'll see.
Design is how it also ties her to the
Another thing I really like about him is he does a lot of story narrative stuff. He puts a little bit of foreshadowing. I like it. I like it when he does that. I think it's fun.
that same legacy. In Jotaro's design,
Jesus.
you can see how his
Oh god.
open jacket
Very
creates this
unladylike.
rectangular space in his chest that does a lot to make him feel imposing and powerful and masculine. But then in Josuke's design, we see that space transform into a kind of loose heart shape, which I think is evocative of Josuke's softer nature, only for that same negative space to tighten into a more defined shape in Journo's design before finally solidifying into a physical object in Jolene, so subtly and beautifully tying Jolene's design into the Joestar bloodline and every protagonist that has come before her. The major theme of part 6 being that your past, that your ancestors, that your memories are an inescapable part of you. And I think it's incredible how Jolene's character design explores that idea. All at once, Jolene is an attack, acknowledgement, and reflection of what a JoJo's protagonist is. And you can feel that the moment the story begins, as our brand new, newly incarcerated hero is caught masturbating by a prison guard. Okay,
it's
look,
great.
this moment is
It's so
actually
great.
really vital in understanding the appeal of Jolene.
It's so
Compare this
I
to the
love her.
introduction of our other three protagonists, all of which had stands by the time their story begins, whose opening chapters are used to highlight how strong, cool, or beautiful they are. And then we have little pissy pants Jolene. She has no stand, she is weak, vulnerable, and as of that first page,
She has no riz.
but it's from that lowly position we get to watch Jolene's rise over
Where
the
is
course
it?
of Stone Ocean. That is what makes her special. A growth that begins as soon as she acquires her stand, Stone Free.
Oh,
And
it's
in
so
Stone
good.
Free, we can start to see a very different approach in how Araki writes protagonists. Unlike Star Platinum or Crazy Diamond, Stone Free is not this ultra-powerful problem solver. Though its compatibility is described as above average, it initially cannot punch through either the stone walls of Jolene's cell or the iron bars which keep her there, something we've seen both
Wait,
Jotaro
what?
and to a lesser
Well,
extent
wait, what?
Josuke able to do.
What is this?
Instead, Stone
Who-
Free has the
what
ability
is
to
this?
produce a small strand of thread. The power of Stone Free coming not necessarily from the stand itself, but how Jolene chooses to use that ability to overcome the stand's limitations. Take this part, for example. Gwes mocking Jolene for Stone Free's inability to break down the metal gate between them. A problem Jolene solves by turning Stone Free's fist to string so they can pass through the bars before solidifying on the other side as they collide with Gwes's skull. How fucking fun and satisfying is that? Because it's not Stone Free's inherent power that won the fight, but Jolene's ingenuity and creativity in solving.
She's so cool.
And you could see Araki playing with this concept with Journo's gold experience from part 5, a stand initially described as very weak, the only issue there being that gold experience made no goddamn sense at all, and if you say you understood it, you're a liar! A filthy liar! Rather than the just
That's
mess
true.
of different abilities that was piled on
That
to
is
gold
very
experience,
true.
Stone Free works off a specific
Oh god, that's so
and
nice.
watching
Holy
Jolene learn
shit.
to manipulate that rule set is a part of what makes her so much fun as a character. For example, using her thread 2,
So, basically, I just learned something really cool, and it's gonna change how I do things from now on. Oh my fucking god. I just realized I don't need to put this stuff in a fucking folder. So, I'm just so happy. That's all. I'm just happy that I don't have to put this bullshit in a fucking folder. I fucking hate that they had to be in a folder for all this time, and it's so annoying. I hate it. Okay. Other thing I need to work on next is... Jesus, why is it like that? Oh god. Okay, let's go.
as a grapple hook to steal items and knickknacks,
Ooh.
as a wire through
Ooh.
which to communicate with her allies, as a protective layer of armor to help her intercept incoming attacks, as a subtle way to redirect the force of her opponents, to scorpion harpoon her enemies into giant gravity wells, as a net to protect herself from raining poisonous frogs, as a detection system to identify invisible zombie crocodiles, to choke motherfuckers, and whatever is going on here. Wait a minute. Oh my god! When you compare this to
That part is
just
so
many Jotaro's
good.
fights he
That
wins
part's
because
so
he's
good. It's so
awesome and
satisfying.
strong, up to and including giving a man a heart attack by just being really cool. It's not only a testament to just how much Araki's writing has improved, but also it's in that comparison we can see something else really important. Jotaro is a badass. Jolene becomes one.
Yeah!
What I love about Jolene, basically none of it is there when we first meet her. She is a gullible idiot teenager who has been framed for a hit-and-run accident actually committed by her rich dickhead boyfriend, who has manipulated Jolene through a conniving lawyer into accepting a 15-year jail sentence. But from there, we watch her grow. We watch her come to understand the prison and how it works, how to recognize when someone's trying to take advantage of her, how to stand up for herself, and gradually that growth, that resolve and strength begins to define her as a character, which we can see in one particularly powerful scene when she gets shit thrown on her face. I don't know what I'm doing, which we're going to talk about right after, hey, I launched a merch store and it did so well that it destroyed my manufacturer's pipeline, creating massive stock shortages. Until now, Wolf t-shirt back in stock, War Grill t-shirt.
Wow, that's so great. Wow. Soy. Look at me, soy! Look at him, soy! Soy face! Oh my god, it's soy face! Holy shit! Dude, you gotta buy these t-shirts because it's soy! It's so soy! It's so great. Soy! Who is that? Who's this girl that he created? He is kind of handsome. But there's like something off about him that like almost feels disturbing. I don't know why. Maybe it's his riz and it's his personality. Maybe it's the fact that he's British. No, he's not British. He's Scottish. I think Irish? Irish or Scottish? We'll go in between because it's really hard to tell. Okay? No, it's Irish. Yeah. Okay.
Now, back to the matter at hand. The fecal matter.
Fucking kill yourself.
This is
Jesus.
Genuinely a huge moment for Jolene. This is the point when she's been locked in the ultra security wing, the most vile.
Yes! Yeah, it's so true.
Where she's blasted with freezing water and given disgusting insect-riddled food. And when the other male prisoners realize there is a woman among them, they begin to rave and howl in delight, screaming violent misogyny at her. The hurled fecal matter, a horrifying exclamation point of the hell Jolene has now found herself trapped in. It is a genuinely awful and cruel scene, and worse, this is not an opponent Jolene can beat. This is a nightmare that can only be endured. But Jolene realizes that. She acknowledges that she needs to find the resolve within herself to get through this, which she does in the memory of her father, Jotaro. And with that strength comes conviction. This will not break her. She will withstand this and grow stronger from it as she bites down on her moldy bread in an emphatic statement of survival. And fuck, it's such a powerful moment. But what I love is how immediately that resolve is tested. Jolene, along with every other dangerous lunatic in the ultra security wing, is released from her cell, all being driven into a violent rage by the stand survivor. And it's here Jolene encounters Westwood, a monstrous, hulking security guard obsessed with
I love him.
he is the strongest.
I love that fight. Oh god, that fight's so good. Holy shit. Definitely one of the best fights in the series, along with like the final. The final fight's also really JoJo's just good, okay? JoJo is just fucking good. All of part 6 is amazing. I think it had yeah, cuz like part 5, I think about them sometimes, but like part 6, like they cannot escape my mind. The fight involving the baby can never escape my mind. It's just so good.
Who fixates on Jolene, and this, I am sorry for the repeated hyperbole of this video, is my favorite fight in JoJo. Remember,
I'm not surprised. I don't know if it's my personal favorite, but it's a really good fight, honestly.
Lighter, more feminine frame. Well, here is where that starts to matter. The terrifying physical difference between Westwood and Jolene framing this entire fight. Westwood using his massive hulking body to pummel Jolene, beating her into near unconsciousness and dragging her to the ground with crushing chokeholds. Like all that strength, all that resolve we've just watched Jolene marshal within herself is now being violently tested by Westwood. It is brutal even by the standards of JoJo, but it's through that brutality we get to watch Jolene's new resolve shine, as it manifests in her developing a brand new close-range style of stand battling, combining Stone Free into her own body and using a combination of stand attacks and martial arts to land several devastating blows against Westwood. And the bit where she grabs Westwood's wrist and Chun-Li kicks the fuck out of him, only to have a hole blown through her arm as Westwood's stand Planet Waves activates, which fucking meteorites to fall.
It's so good!
Track on Westwood but blast through his opponents while disintegrating on contact with him. It's such a brutal and insane escalation, and yet still, through all that, Jolene still fights on, including knocking meteorites out of the sky with her fists before finally brutally beating Westwood in one of the most cathartic conclusions to a stand fight in history. Jolene falling to her knees and just screaming this primal, guttural howl of victory. And God, it's so fucking cool, because how far does she now feel from that lost, vulnerable child we first met in the jail cell? And this is what I kind of love about Jolene's progression. Her fights don't feel like a group of disconnected encounters, but a steady escalation of her, as her strategies continue to evolve and her confidence and resolve build with each successive victory, until she is literally willing to fucking set herself on fire to prove that she is stronger than you. Jotaro is a badass, Jolene becomes one. It's actually in Jotaro that part 6 does two really interesting things, and the first is how it recontextualizes him. When Jotaro appeared in part 3, he was an extremely entertaining, if not especially deep character, and while I think that simplicity was part of his appeal, what's been interesting since then is watching Araki develop that character in each successive part, and now in part 6, we peer even deeper into him. We see the flawed human part of Jotaro Kujo, a lifetime spent fighting back the evil Dio has created, now isolating him from his family, Jotaro being nearly entirely absent from Jolene's life. His coldness, his stoicness, the things that make him so cool and appealing, now the emotional barrier between him and his daughter. Jotaro's presence in Stone Ocean also does something else. Jotaro and his invincible stand Star Platinum have beaten 2 major series antagonists up till this point, making them the ultimate assurance that everything will be okay.
Yeah.
Which is why it's so shocking when Whitesnake, the new main antagonist stand, early in the story robs Jotaro of both his stand and his memories, leaving him a husk. Not only giving Jolene a motive in retrieving her father's stand-in memories, but placing the onus of the story directly on her. She is the hero, no one is coming to save her, making her rise from lowly masturbator to self-immolating badass all the more meaningful. Having Jotaro return in Stone Ocean adds a lot to Part 6, but unfortunately, I don't know I'd really say the same for the rest of the supporting cast. Don't get me wrong, I like Hermes, Weather, Emporio, and Anasui, but as individual characters, they never really get the time to breathe or develop in their own right. And as a group, they lack that emotional core that bonded the god-tier supporting cast of parts 4 and 5, like the residents of Morio's shared desire to root out evil from their town, or the Bucciarati gang's loyalty to their leader Bruno, meaning you never get that same electric chemistry that made the casts of those previous parts so enjoyable. Now,
Okay.
I've seen enough Stone Ocean group cosplay to know that I am absolutely pissing someone off, so one thing I do think is really cool about this supporting cast is the thematic thread that runs between them, that thread being memories. Hermes fights to honor the memory of her dead sister. Weather Report's entire story revolves around him recovering
I
his
forgot.
lost memories.
Okay.
Emporio's stand ability is summoning
Sorry.
the memory of lost objects. Him even living in the memory of a room that no longer exists. And Anasui, well, honestly, I don't really know what the deal with Anasui is, except that he used to be a girl, but not even like narratively or in a fun way, because in his flashbacks, he's also a boy, but then maybe he used Diver Down to rejig his anatomy, and there is this interview where Araki talks about wanting Anasui to be a character beyond gender, but then why is he only a boy in the anime? Because that just makes no goddamn sense at all. The lesson here is that Anasui is a complete mess. Do not try and figure
Oh
out
my
in the
God.
comments. However, there is one beautiful little exception to all my criticisms with the supporting cast of Part 6, and it is Foo Fighters. In general,
Oh,
I'm
yes.
kind of a sucker for non-human characters pretending to be human.
Yes,
Foo
I
Fighters
love
is a
Foo Fighters.
Very entertaining one of those, but it's in how her character ties to that central theme of
Foo Fighters is
memories
amazing.
that really makes me love her. You see, Whitesnake created Foo Fighters by rocking too hard. The preceding joke was stolen from H-Bomber Guy. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize while simultaneously acknowledging that I would do it again, which he did by taking Plankton and giving it a stand and memories. And initially, the
Oh my
only
God,
purpose
finally.
to Foo Fighters' existence is as a kind of guard dog. Her days spent in an endless repetitive cycle of controlling a
Oh my God.
firehouse and protecting
I
a
did
pile
it.
of burned CDs hidden in a tractor. We'll get there. Each day, an exact monotonous replica of the one that came before.
No.
Her life devoid of context or meaning. And it's only upon meeting Jolene and Hermes that she leaves this place.
What?
And begins to form bonds and create memories. Even stating living is more than just being alive. It means making memories. That's the remarkable thing about humans. Their memories give their selves
Come on, come on, come on.
courage. So while I do think the supporting cast in general are weaker than previous parts, I also appreciate how nearly all of them
Oh my God.
to that core theme. But
Sorry,
before we go too
I'm
far
playing
down
Bomber
that
Man.
particular rabbit hole,
I'm almost done.
I want to
Fuck.
take a second and turn our attention to another of the more divisive and, to me, disappointing aspects of Stone Ocean.
What?
And that is its anime adaptation. I want to be a little careful here. The Stone Ocean adaptation is okay. In terms of being a basic translation of its manga, it's fine.
I thought it was supposed to be like the better version. That's what I heard, at least. I liked it a lot, but okay. I mean, he is the anime boy, so everything he says is true. So there's nothing I can do about it. I don't make the rules, you know? Where is it? Oh, God. I kind of wish I made the FNAF version of my character a little more feminine. I was regretting it halfway through, but I only had like a couple hours left, honestly. And I covered the entire screen with that video, and you didn't get to see anything happen at all. Fuck me, I guess. That was my fault. I will take responsibility. But yeah, I don't know. I just... Where is it? Oh god. Oh god, what was I doing? Oh no. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back. I don't remember anything.
That's why it's so disappointing. While you could argue that Part 4's adaptation softened Araki's art style a little too much, you cannot argue with what a spectacularly creative...
Oh my god, is he talking about the animation? If he's talking about the animation, I totally fucking agree. There are parts of the animation that feels really disappointing. Honestly, I don't like some of the animation they did. Like, there was some weird shit. Because, like, Part 5's animation was perfect and beautiful. And I'm not gonna say all of Part 5 was bad. Like, the finale had some fantastic animation. But, there's some parts where they definitely cut some corners. And it was weird.
Reinterpretation it is of Diamond is Unbreakable. And while Part 5 pulled back on the creative visual zaniness, it upped the absolutely insane level of production.
It was so good.
Does, well, neither of those things. This is disappointing on multiple levels, one of the biggest being that a strong adaptation of Stone Ocean could have made up for one of its weakest aspects. When you think back to previous JoJo parts, think of how drenched in the visual culture of locations their stories were. The globe-spanning stand battles of Part 3, the surreal yet cozy streets of Morio of Part 4, or Italy's beautiful blend of Romanesque and Gothic architecture that was the backdrop of Part 5. But then you have Part 6, where the setting is prison, which is just a lot less visually exciting. But an anime adaptation could have done so much to remedy this. There's so much that becomes possible with color, a landscape format, and a team of creative background artists. Think of just how much life was brought to Morio with its wild, surreal color direction. Or hell, even just the neon-soaked palette of the Green Dolphin Penitentiary in Stone Ocean's opening. But what we actually get in the anime is, well, a lot of really uninspired layouts cast in these muddy grey and brown tones. And if I was to use a single word to describe it, it's just dull. Now, I understand dull is not an inaccurate way to describe a prison, but prisons can be lots of things. Oppressive, controlled, dangerous, frightening, but we don't get that here. It doesn't feel like any real consideration or art direction was given to what kind of emotion the Green Dolphin prison should evoke. Instead, they just seem to have directly copied the color scans, which for the record are done by Shueisha, not Araki.
Really?
Look at Araki's color work to see how he might have treated it.
That's
and
crazy.
Unfortunately, because of how much more prominently background work features in anime as opposed to manga, what it means is that one of the weakest aspects of Stone Ocean now feels even weaker.
I never even thought about that part. That was something I didn't even put any thought into. That's crazy.
It isn't just the art direction that lets Stone Ocean down. While the Part 6 anime can, on occasion, look pretty great, there's some sequences where in the journey from panel to screen, so much was lost that I have to wonder if the people adapting it even understood what was happening in the manga. Take, for example, that goddamn beautiful sequence of Stone Free punching through the bars we talked about earlier. Think about what a complicated physical action is taking place here, but also the thought and nuance Araki has taken in depicting it. We get a panel from
I'm gonna have two different versions of this.
Fence pulling on the stringified parts of Stone Free's arm, before a second panel shows us Stone Free's fist reforming on the other side, solidifying as it crashes into Gwess, providing you with just enough information to feel the physicality of Stone Free and the extremely clever way Jolene has used it here. And if that isn't fucking cool enough already, you turn the page only for Araki to set your goddamn brain on fire as the same action repeats a dozen more times in a second, all rendered with a beautiful crystal clarity.
God, it's so good.
Look at how this is adapted in the anime. We get Gwess taunting Jolene, then a zip pan of Stone Free's fist, and then it just hits.
Oh.
But there's no visual information to show us how the fist passed through the fence. We get a few more shots of Jolene and Gwes talking, and then an
What the fuck?
aura shot, but here it nearly looks like Stone Free is reaching.
What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, I hate my computer so much. Oh, my computer's saving right now.
Aura shot, but here it
My
looks like Stone
Clip
Free
Studio Paint
is
just saves sometimes.
reaching around the gate and punching Gwes from the side, but even that's hard to tell because the entire shot is smeared with this ugly ocean
God.
glare. The brilliant and specific way Stone Free was used in the manga, now completely lost. This was not a problem with auras in previous parts, which, even when very chaotic, were animated with a lot of care and nuance. But in part 6, that same skill and clarity just feels like it's missing. The heavy motion blur, perhaps added to disguise that fact.
Oh, I hate the motion blur.
Unfortunately, it robs the Stone Ocean anime of some of the series' most explosive and memorable moments. In fact, a lot of the big moments of Stone Ocean just feel flat in comparison to the source material, maybe the most egregious coming in the fight with Sea Moon. In the manga, this fight is absolutely terrifying, a battle with this uncanny, otherworldly combination of stand and sentient creature. And I mean, look at the tension and danger that just fucking radiates from this page. The way Sea Moon and his infinity of hands flood the composition, cramming Jolene down into this bottom corner, making her
I
feel
thought it was so
tense
kind of
and
terrifying.
coiled like a spring that's about to explode into this dangerous, frightening opponent. I love this page so much, I have literally had it framed in my hallway for years. And so, imagine my disappointment when this is what it looked like in the anime.
Yeah, that would be pretty disappointing. I wouldn't lie.
I feel I have made my point. In fact, the entire encounter with Sea Moon, one of the best in the manga, is plagued by some incredibly weak layout and storyboarding. I could keep going here, but I worry I'm starting to sound even more like the genius at work guy from The Simpsons than usual, so I'm gonna leave it at this. By part 6, Araki's ability to make manga was reaching virtuosic levels. After 15 years, he was now capable of some truly incredible things, and to watch an anime adaptation that took and elevated that material would have been something really special. And so while what we got was fine, it also falls far below what it could have been, and it's just hard not to feel a little salty about that. There is one major exception to this that we shall get to much later in the
I think it's the finale.
In many ways, Stone Ocean is a part of highs and lows, and maybe the purest example of this is its stand battles. With each part of JoJo, there's what feels like a very conscious attempt to push the boundaries of what a battle is. From the simple sunshine karate duels of Phantom Blood to the more creative Looney Tune-esque tomfoolery of part 2, to the introduction of stands in part 3, to the increased complexity of those stands in part 4, to the batshit madness of multi-person team stand battles in part 5. And as for the evolution of part 6, well, they are, quite simply, fucking insane! And this is both their greatest strength and biggest weakness. To break down that rather emphatic statement, there is within part 6 what I feel like a real desire to explore and expand upon what a stand is. And you can see this in a flashback conversation between Dio and Father Pucci, where Dio states that a stand is a manifestation of a person's soul, even suggesting that Leonardo da Vinci's stand was the Mona Lisa. There is a boner joke in there that I shall not make. The way this manifests in battle is a much looser relationship between stand and stand user. While there are definitely exceptions, a lot of the stands from earlier JoJo parts function basically like an extra limb, in full control of their user, but in part 6, that relationship gets way more nebulous. Take, for example, a stand like Thunder McQueen. Slight unaliving discussion Warning here, whose stand causes whatever damage he inflicts upon himself to manifest on his opponents. McQueen being completely unaware that this is even happening, but what makes him dangerous is his obsession with, well, unaliving himself. Meaning a part of fighting McQueen is convincing him that life is worth living. Oh, that was much darker to explain than I thought it would be. Another example of this being the hype-filled organ harvesting baseball contest of Marilyn Manson, where our protagonists are tricked into a deadly timed game of catch that if they lose, they'll have their innards ripped.
Wait, I'm gonna go back.
Spooky ghost robot. Than I thought it would. His meaning is his obsession with, well, unaliving himself. Meaning a part of fighting McQueen is convincing him that life is worth living. Oh, that was much darker to explain than I thought it would be. Another example of this being the hype-filled organ harvesting baseball contest of Marilyn Manson.
Oh, that one's so good.
Protagonists are tricked into a deadly timed game of catch that if they lose, they'll have their innards ripped out by a spooky ghost robot, or even Sportsmax, who spends the majority of his fight drowning in a metal pipe as our protagonists wait for him to die while surviving his invisible zombie alligator. This battle also fulfilling my lifelong dream of having a stand named after the greatest band in the world, Limp Bizkit. I am joking, but not as much as you'd hope. In each of the above examples, the focus isn't on checkmating your opponent into a physical position where your ghost friend can beat the piss out of them. It's adapting and surviving inside a specific rule set. And that change in philosophy makes for some incredibly creative and captivating battle scenarios. And particularly later in Stone Ocean, where the relationships between stand and stand user get stretched even further, with there even being multiple sentient stands with their own personality, which is fun because you basically get to watch people argue with their own souls, but also because it leads to some really unique encounters like Yo-Yo Ma, a stand that will pretend to be your friend by doing nice things, all the while inflicting slow, insidious damage upon you. And while it's not the most exciting stand battle, it's memorable by virtue of just how unique it is. And I'd say the same of the battle with Green Baby, a creature slash stand thing that shrinks you proportionally to how close you
Oh
get.
god, that one is so weird.
Falling on the Green Baby results in a nightmarish Zeno's paradox, as the rate at which you shrink exceeds the rate at which you fall, meaning you just plummet into infinity, and Araki thought of that. And if this is all starting to sound a little wild, oh buddy, we're just getting started. When stands first appeared in part 3, they had powers like shoot fire, or swim, or is a gun. But in the latter half of
Or is a gun.
stands that
True.
can twist and warp reality itself, distorting the very laws of physics our planet works off in ways that genuinely make me feel like I'm losing my mind. For example, while piloting a helicopter, Jolene and friends are attacked by a mysterious flying worm that causes them to go blind. While driving on a highway, Jolene and friends notice some pebbles sliding the opposite direction to them, only to realize that the entirety of Earth's gravity has reorientated itself around an enemy stand. Jolene and friends are attacked by the 1974 Miami Dolphins, including MVP running back Larry Zonka, who got 33 runs running over 145 yards in a single season, which I know because the manga tells you all that. Jolene and friends are attacked by rainbows that if you look at them, you begin to subliminally believe you are a snail, to the point that you either explode into little snails or become a snail person yourself. Jolene and friends pursue an enemy stand user down a mysterious underground tunnel, only to find themselves trapped in the memory of the 2005 Flight 2862 plane, which crashed in Florida. This chapter actually bizarrely predicting the actual real-life Equatorial Airlines 2005 crash. The stand, Bohemian Rhapsody. Just the entire fucking stand. I'm just gonna play the clip.
Just last night with a razor blade, I cut off my ear. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Go, or Van Gogh's self-portrait. What did you say?
Look, part of the reason you come to JoJo's is for a wild, weird time. It's in the name, and I can genuinely not undersell how much I fucking love the latter half of part 6 for this. Even multiple rewatches in, I find myself cackling in delight at the sheer creative madness of it all. And look, life out there is tough, things are shitty, days are sad. But when I think about how a piece of media can lift you out of all that with sheer absurdity, I genuinely don't think that's something just to be laughed at. I think it's something to be celebrated. And to me, no part does this better than the stand battles of part 6. Part 6's stand battles are special because of their ambition, but occasionally that ambition is also their downfall. I'd argue that stands are at their most interesting when focused on one specific ability used in creative ways. But I think in the drive to create interesting scenarios, Araki occasionally writes stands with multiple abilities that have no real relation to each other. A stand like Whitesnake, for example, can steal a person's stand, steal a person's memories, trap people in a dream world, and also turn its body into a poisonous sludge. The problem here being that it unnecessarily convolutes any potential battle scenario involving Whitesnake, and stands like Heavy Weather or Dragon's Dream share this same problem. This is a tricky area to talk about because what we're essentially discussing is how much narrative glue you need to hold your magical ghost fights together, which will vary from person to person. But a few encounters for me just buckle under the weight of their creative ambition. Take, for example, a fight like Jailhouse Rock, a stand that doesn't attack you directly, but instead your ability to create short-term memory, letting you only retain 3 new pieces of information at any given time, trapping you in this nightmarish cycle of remembering that you're even in a stand fight. That idea is fucking awesome. The issue is how the writing and logic of this encounter failed to keep up with its ambition. At one point, a hail of bullets is fired at Jolene, the idea being that she will have her 3 memory slots taken up by 3 bullets and then be unable to perceive or protect herself from any more. But the solution is that Jolene looks at the hail of bullets reflecting in a puddle, the image of that reflection now only taking up 1 slot of memory, meaning she can now defend herself from all the bullets. My issue is that this solution gets into some really nebulous territory about what a piece of information is, as well as the nature of held memories, because oh god, it's happening again, isn't it? To put it another way, it's an extremely contrived solution to a very interesting problem. And while the actual conclusion of this battle is some of the most bonkers shit JoJo has ever pulled, and I love it, the uneven nature of the fight feels emblematic to me of part 6 as a whole, filled with some of the most ambitious creativity in the entirety of JoJo, occasionally struggling under the weight of that same ambition. Personally, however, that is a trade I'm willing to make. At this point, Araki had been writing weekly battle manga for 15 years, and I think a lot of what you could call flaws of part 6 are really just a result of him still trying to elevate a formula he's elevated 5 times already. And while the result may be uneven, I'm always going to respect messy and ambitious over safe and functional, and to me, that as a whole is what part 6 is. This idea touches on a larger meta aspect to Stone Ocean that honestly has kind of been looming over this entire video. But to get there, we need to go through the final piece of part 6 we have yet to talk about, and it is Father.
Yeah.
Bad for any post-part 4 villain in JoJo. Having to follow the double act of Dio Brando and Yoshikage Kira is like having big shoes to fill if those shoes are the size of several small countries.
Yeah.
Admittedly, as an individual character, Father Pucci doesn't really stand out the same way they do. He's quiet, considered, his motives not as pronounced nor his personality as memorable, his only immediately discernible trait being his habit of counting upwards in prime numbers. However, it's when you look at Pucci's place in the larger story of part 6 that you begin to see not only why he's an amazing villain, but what is so incredible about Stone Ocean as a story. And what it comes back to is something that's come up over and over.
Oh,
in this video.
I thought it was the tits, and I got confused.
Memories. Unfortunately, this is as far as we can go without spoilers. You have been warned. Memory has always been a part of JoJo, particularly the idea that you are defined by the memory of the people that came before you. But in Stone Ocean, it's even more pronounced. The main inciting incident and Jolene's entire motivation is Jotaro losing his memories, and even when he gets his stand back, without those memories, he's just a husk. A major moment of character progression for Jolene coming in her recontextualizing her memories of Jotaro, in understanding his absence from her childhood was just him trying to protect her. Well, kind of an aside, we learn in a prequel story that Jolene's mother actually died 2 years before Stone Ocean, meaning that when Jolene thinks of her in the beginning of the story, it's likely her memory she's taking comfort in. 3 of the most powerful stand users in Stone Ocean, in Whitesnake, Jailhouse Rock, and Underworld all have memory-based abilities. And you also have that thematic thread of memory that runs through the supporting cast, but particularly in Foo Fighters, who, when given the chance to come back to life without her memories, refuses, stating that without those memories, it wouldn't be her. Memory in Stone Ocean is an important, sacred thing. Memories propel us, memories define us. But then you have Father Pucci, who is defined by his ability to take a person's memory. That is the ultimate sin of Stone Ocean. Memory is not sacred to Pucci. It is data to be collected and traded. But even more than that, memory is something to be feared. And that fear is what drives him. Pucci, having many years ago discovered that his sister Perla, who he loved dearly, was in an unknowingly incestuous relationship with their long-lost brother, Weather Report. The shame and fear of this discovery driving Pucci to hire a detective to separate the two. But unbeknownst to Pucci, this man was a member of the Ku Klux Klan, who after discovering that Weather Report's father was African American, assembles a mob to attack Weather and Perla, violently beating Weather into a state of near death. And Perla, believing that she's just witnessed the death of her beloved, throws herself from a cliff, drowning in the lake below. The next morning, Pucci discovers in horror what has happened, what his actions has led to, and it destroys him. This memory haunting Pucci, and in more ways than one, as Pucci now is endlessly pursued by Weather, obsessed with making Pucci atone for his sins, resulting in Pucci sealing away his own brother's memories. But if only Pucci could have known what would happen, if only he could have seen where his actions would lead, if only the future was as simple and predictable as reciting prime numbers, then he could have avoided this fate. That thought crawls inside Pucci, who after meeting Dio is introduced to the idea of achieving heaven, of bringing about a new pristine era in humanity, which in Pucci's tortured psyche means unfolding time itself, of letting each person on Earth perceive their entire future from the instant they're born till the day they die, and every moment in between, so that no one ever has to endure the same pain of the unknown that he did. This, in Pucci's broken mind, is the ultimate act of love he will inflict on humanity. And the fucked up part is he succeeds. Through a, we'll say, rather convoluted series of events, Pucci achieves his impossible heaven, and in doing so, obtains a new godlike stand in Stairway to Heaven, with the ability to accelerate and control time, to warp and distort the very fabric of reality, and separate our perception of it. And this battle is why I'm leaving watch in the title of this video. The anime doing a spectacular job of visually conveying not only a showdown with a terrifying godlike being like this, but the disintegration of time itself. As days and nights pass in seconds and the very laws of physics come undone, the anime's OP even reverting back to the very first Phantom Blood opening from 10 real-life years ago. Jolene and Poochie now taking the place of Jonathan and Dio in a spectacular depiction of how broken time now is. Poochie now terrifyingly able to move within that accelerated time.
It's so fucked. It's so fucked. I love it.
To the point that even Jotaro's invincible time stop barely affects him at all. And as a fan of JoJo,
oh god. Okay.
5 times now. 5 times you've watched a hero of the Joestar bloodline face some impossible godlike evil. And so, you're waiting for that one big moment when the villain overlooks some seemingly innocuous detail, only for the hero to use that detail to achieve a last-second victory. And you wait, and you wait, and you wait. And one by one, our heroes start to fall. Even the invincible Jotaro Kujo, whom Poochie forces to choose between saving Jolene and protecting himself, using knives exactly as Dio did, like Jotaro's old nemesis is stabbing at him from all those years ago. Jotaro.
I fucking hate. Oh god, that made me so. Hey, Azai, how's it going?
And Jolene, knowing she cannot win.
Sorry, I'm just pausing this real quick. Well, I play games, but I can chat with you. Hey, how's it going, Azai? Just finished working on my thing real quick. Working on my VTuber real quick. Yeah, makes sense. What? Yeah, it makes sense. Now it's such a popular show. Makes sense to me now that it's such a popular show. JoJo? JoJo's always been a popular show.
Save Emporio.
I was in. Oh, I guess maybe it wasn't always. I thought it was. Wasn't it?
And now, trapped in an alternate reality, alone, desperate, and afraid, he returns to his room of memories where he faces Poochie one final time, using weather reports stand to flood Poochie's blood with oxygen, defeating him before the universe resets again.
Oh god.
Emporio.
You're coding? What do you make? Computers or games? Or both?
And it's in this strange new world that part 6 draws to a close.
Going well? That's good.
I can remember the first time I read this and thinking, wow, that was fucking bullshit! The fucking baseball kid? The little fucking baseball ghost child beats Hyper Jesus? With clouds? What the fuck? What about Jolene? Oh my god, I hate this. I hate part 6. What a crock of shit. Then I calmed down, and over time, I actually really grew to appreciate this ending. Towards the end of part 6, Araki realized that terrified him. He had reached his limit. After 15 years of writing weekly shonen manga, this was his artistic and creative peak. And if he was to ever move forward from here, he needed to rethink everything, from the way he worked, to the stories he told, to the way he drew them. And this
it's always been, I think, but it makes sense to me now. What does that mean?
The entire JoJo universe and end his legendary 15-year run in Jump. Now, stepping away from creating weekly manga. But it wasn't doing this, walking away from the familiar, that led to Araki creating Part 7.
JoJo Part 7 so good.
New monthly JoJo story beginning a brand new timeline that rethinks every single
Yeah.
aspect of the JoJo's
It's some of the most creative
story.
fights I've seen,
And
actually.
while part 6 is my favorite part, I find it very difficult to argue that part 7 isn't Araki's magnum opus. And I think the reason for that was his willingness to step away from the familiar and into the unknown.
Oh god, I need to
that-
finish part 7.
That right there is the message of part 6. This is what changed how I saw the ending of Stone Ocean. On one side, you have Father Pucci,
Yeah.
obsessed with knowing the future.
Going to ping tube.
foreseeing
Oh
the
shit, I'm
future.
making one right
And
now,
there
actually.
you have Emporio, scared.
Yeah, I'm making my own ping tuber. Well, I'm doing like almost like a toon tuber thing. It's basically a PNG tuber though.
The ones who fought.
I'm trying to like make it more animated.
And it's from their literal memory he draws strength and uses it to overcome this
Jesus.
impossible evil.
Okay,
And with
I'm
that,
going back to
he
drawing.
Steps forward into a bright world. And I think the message is this: even if reality around you crumbles to nothing, even if your world changes in impossible and frightening ways, you still have everything that came before you. All the people that fought so you could be here, and all the memories that
Okay.
have created
God.
the person you now are. And so, while trying to know the future, obsessing over what will or will not happen is tempting, what's more valuable is to let that future be unknown and draw strength from your past, both in the people that came before you and the memories you've
Where
created
is it?
with the ones you love. Using that to step forward into that unknown, knowing further memories await you there. And that's pretty rad. That's why JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6 Stone Ocean is
Where
and
is
likely
it?
always will be my favorite part. Although, I don't know, that first chapter of part 9 was pretty fucking good. Friends, thank you for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed this video, and don't forget to check out eyepatchwolves.com and partake in some eyepatch.
Where is it?
merch.
Oh my god.
Also, if you like hearing me talk about JoJo's
Holy
Bizarre
shit,
Adventure,
there you are.
check
Okay.
out the Jeff's Bizarre Adventure podcast over on giantbomb.com. Link below. Friends, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you
Okay,
next
cool. And I don't know what he talks about next. Oh yeah, he talks about Chainsaw Man. Fuck yeah, I've been waiting.
Hello. So, before we start this
Okay.
video, I have something to announce. For the last 12 months, I've been working on a secret project. I've been writing a story about 2 characters.
Oh my god, that's what this is about? His manga? He's making a comic? A webcomic? That makes so much sense. Honestly, I'm really excited. Oh, I should read that. I should totally read that. I love how he writes talks about writing characters, so I'd be curious to see like how he ends up like writing it.
Wolf and Crow and
Are you
the
gonna
world they
use
live
a
in,
VO
Angel City.
Viedo
Today,
tube for what's
that
that?
story begins. But this isn't going to be told.
I want to use one that lets me use multiple different expressions. If that lets me do that, then I'll definitely use that.
This isn't a comic book or an anime. What this is a merch label. Each t-shirt, each poster, each hoodie being a window into that world. A little
Ooh, I like that. So it's kind of like a Gorillas thing. That's fun.
piece of that story. Each run of merch, a new arc in that.
Oh, that's such a smart
arc. Moments.
That's a really good way to sell merchandise, but also like a really interesting way to tell a story. I like that.
Between launches today. Each piece of the collection illustrated by one of my absolute favorite artists on the internet. Each one of whom have taken this world and these characters and recreated them in their own unique style. And I am so goddamn proud of what they've done. But it was also important to me that those artists
Mega Man
got paid well
Network
and
Battle.
worked comfortably, and that counts for everyone who was a part of this, from the people who drew the illustrations to the factory workers who made the fabric. which is why I've partnered exclusively with manufacturers who have shown a commitment to ethical labor. And on my end, I'm currently in the process of bringing on a sustainability consultant because, my god, that shit is more complicated than you think it is, as well as donating 10%
Okay.
of
Are you gonna use a... Yeah. I don't know yet. I might need to do some research into it.
If you've been watching me for a while,
If that one's
you'll
good,
know
I'll give it a try.
for a long time now, I've wanted to make something of my own and not just talk about other people's stories. This is the beginning of that.
That's good.
I'm calling it Eye Patch Wolves. It's available today with more pieces coming soon, and we're currently
I think that's a
running
really cool idea for
50%
merchandise,
discount
honestly.
to all Eye Patch
I'm down with
Wolf
that.
patrons. So check it out in the link in the description or go to eyepatchwolves.com. This is a huge deal to me, and I'm glad that this is the video I'm announcing it, because this video is also a massive...
ViaTube does allow you to switch between switch between avatar states using hotkeys. Yeah, that's good. I'll definitely give that a try. I definitely want to do something like that. Okay. Oh my god. Fuck.
Deal to me. See, I've been on this channel for 7 years. 7 fucking years. Chainsaw Man is my favorite piece of media to be released in that time.
Yeah,
Chainsaw Man is
it's good.
this beautiful, awful story about identity, about purpose, about family, about just fucking being human and the best and worst of what we are. And I think the moment for me that encapsulates all that so wonderfully.
Oh god, I need to get caught up on that too.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Two teenagers kick
Just
around.
one switch between. Okay. I'll trust you.
I will now spend the next hour.
What?
Me that encapsulates all that so wonderfully is this scene where 2 teenagers kick a man in the dick until he dies.
It's pretty great.
I will now spend the next hour justifying that statement. 7 years ago, I posted my first YouTube video, and it's interesting looking back now. It's okay. Parts of it are poorly argued or half-formed, and honestly, I don't really remember being the person who wrote it. But I bring it up because it ends with this line.
In casting off the conventions of the shonen genre, Hunter x Hunter manages to rise above it and become something entirely its own. It's my hope that it inspires a new generation to re-examine what the shonen genre is capable of and give the genre a much-needed reason to explore new territory.
For the next half-decade, I would watch that not happen. That's not to say I didn't find shonen series.
Yeah, that's another thing I always appreciated about... I think it was Chainsaw Man that probably made me think about that more, but it was always that Hunter x Hunter video that really made me think a lot about my writing. In terms of... Like, let me just say, Super Eye Patch Wolf is super influential on how I've been writing my story for the past couple years, honestly. He's been a huge help with... how I thought. I mean, I don't know the guy, obviously. It's just his videos alone have been very influential towards me.
I enjoyed, I did. But as for something that would make me feel the way Hunter x Hunter felt, I don't know. Maybe I was too old, too cynical. Maybe shonen just wasn't for me anymore, which is fair. I am in my 30s and tired. And then, 2 years ago, Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man is that series. Although it nearly feels wrong to say that. Chainsaw Man is your typical shonen story in the same way Leatherface is the guy whose skin he's wearing. It's strange and personal and horrifying. It's one of those stories where once you learn a little about its author, it's impossible not to see them in every corner of it. In a lot of ways, Tatsuki Fujimoto, who will be represented in this video by this little cartoon drawing of a heart, is this weird outsider in the shonen industry. As a kid, he wasn't drawn to the traditional shonen worlds of Dragon Ball or Slam Dunk, but instead siphoned inspiration from stranger places, the hyper-violence of Grappler Baki, the sheer bizarreness of Super Radical Gag Family. And from there, he'd develop a deep...
Sorry, I'm just going back a little bit.
Sheer bizarreness of Super Radical Gag Family. And from there, he'd develop a deep love of Western cinema, and in particular, horror. Which is why Chainsaw Man's opening references everything from Pulp Fiction to Attack of the
actually,
Tomatoes.
let me see how Roll looks
in the little contours
in Mega
of his
Man.
work. From the way a conversation will often take an entire page to talk about nothing, to moments of sheer abject horror, to characters that feel like they walked straight out of Reservoir Dogs, to the
I kind of like that.
characters who A, love films,
Just one switch between.
Fujimoto does, and B, are stronger and more in control than their male counterparts. Fujimoto being quite open about just enjoying dominant women. Wow, what a strange man. I would not like to be like him. What I'm getting at here is that while Hunter x Hunter defined itself by messing with the shonen template, Fujimoto's work defines itself by barely being shonen at all, but something more personal and raw. And you can see this not just in Fujimoto's various idiosyncrasies, but the very particular way his stories feel carved from these jagged explosions of emotion. For example, Fujino is a young girl who draws gag manga for her school newspaper, an activity she takes a huge amount of pride in. However, her reality is shaken one morning when she opens the paper to find a second artist has also started publishing manga in it, but at a much higher level. Fujino is devastated and pours everything into improving. But no matter how much she draws, how many books she fills her shelf with, she cannot compete with this new artist's raw talent.
God. Oh, no.
On manga entirely.
No.
And if you've ever had one of those ice in the veins moments of crushing inferiority, this moment hits in a very real way. This is Look Back, a 2021 short from Fujimoto, and it's difficult not to see him in it. Not just because he's named the main character practically after himself, but because of his background. See, the reason I refer to Fujimoto as a kind of weird outsider in the manga industry is he's never had any kind of formal training. The closest he's come being an oil painting class he took in college.
What?
And unusually, there's currently no record of him ever having worked as an assistant to a more experienced manga creator, meaning he has no training in areas like figure drawing, layout, or paneling. He is entirely self-taught, which is really impressive, but I also think you can see this in his art. While he is absolutely capable of some really stunning imagery, he also struggles under deadlines. His drawings
Honestly, I do have to say though, I think some of his pages are some of my favorite I've ever seen, to be honest. He's made some really good pages.
Occasionally feeling rushed and incomplete, especially compared with the more polished artists of the industry. And I think this honestly gets to Fujimoto. I mean, just listen to these quotes from different interviews. I won't be able to convey what I want with mediocre drawings, so I need to improve. When I see a good artist, it makes me think that they must be cheating somehow, like they got to redo their life or something, or else it wouldn't be possible to achieve that level of
No.
skill. I didn't improve from doing oil painting. I really should have done life drawings. I really regret that I didn't do any. I went to an art class with a lot of old people. There were good artists there, so I decided that if I didn't get better than them in 4 years, I would kill them. Look, he's actually a very sweet man. He's just odd. So the reason this moment feels so real is because it is. It's Fujimoto's fears, his pain, his insecurities transformed into a page of manga. But that's not all Look Back is. When Fujino actually meets her rival, she's shocked to discover that her rival is actually a huge fan of hers, and the two begin creating manga together. And from the small panels of pencil scratching paper to a scene of the two pushing through a blizzard to see their first comic published in Jump, It's impossible to read Look Back and feel like it wasn't penned by someone with a deep love of creating manga. Look Back being a story of how valuable that love is, even if it ends in tragedy.
Jesus.
The title being a moving tribute to the victims of the KyoAni arson attack and the art they created. Fujimoto's rival even being named Kyomoto. This is who Fujimoto is. When he's angry, he draws manga. When he needs to clear his head, he draws manga. Every night before bed, he draws manga. He's someone for whom manga isn't just a way to tell a story, but a means to process emotion. And I think it's that gives his work such a raw, personal edge. So the question now becomes, what happens when someone like that creates a shonen manga? Well, we actually got an answer to that long before Chainsaw Man in Fujimoto's first serialized manga, Fire Punch, which is a very, very strange series. And to illustrate this, here is how I imagine the pitching session for Fire Punch went.
Hey, Fujimoto, welcome. So, what do you got for us? Thanks for having me. It's called Fire Punch. Okay, that's a good, strong title. I take it it's about a boy who has fire powers? No. His power is regeneration. Okay, sure, but why is it called Fire Punch? Oh, okay. No, sorry. It's because an evil fascist wizard shot him with a magical flame that just never goes out. Wait, hang on. So he's just on fire? Oh, yeah. Like he's just on fire, like all the time. And little pieces of him are constantly burning away.
What?
Going back because he can regenerate.
Like his arms, his skin, his eyes.
Okay, and I guess he doesn't feel any pain because... Oh, yeah, no, he's in agony all the time. Jesus f***ing Christ. Oh, okay, so how does it start? Tell me how it begins. His little sister cutting off his arm with an axe so she can eat it.
What the fuck? That's amazing.
His little sister is also in love with him.
Much like
no!
is forced to fill out a text form, Fire Punch is a deeply nihilistic story about agony, struggle, and despair. And given how Fujimoto tends to carve manga from his own experience and emotions, I hope he was doing okay when he wrote this. But the thing is, Chainsaw Man is that same level of bleak. Chainsaw Man's world is a cruel, violent place where random atrocities cost people everything in an instant, and the devils that commit those atrocities grow stronger the more we fear them. So the question becomes, if both these series are so bleak, what is the core difference between them? And that's important because to me, it is that difference that makes Chainsaw Man what it is. And where that answer starts is with Denji.
I love Denji so much. He's probably one of my favorite protagonists.
They are good boys who want something. Luffy wants to be king of the pirates, Naruto wants to be Hokage, Ippo wants to be world champion, and Goku wants to be the strongest in the universe. And what does Denji want? Some fucking bread with jam on it. Yeah, when we first meet Denji, he's defined by nearly his complete lack of ambition, to the point that he views things like jammy bread or being able to hug a girl as pipe dreams that could never happen him. But I think this is actually a big part of what's made Chainsaw Man resonate, or as Fujimoto puts it, observe the current young generation. They don't seek to have a very big income, they are fine with 350,000 yen. They want to live a simple life day by day.
Yeah.
That's why I created Denji, whose ambition is extremely low. And I think this is really interesting. In the mid-80s, when the hyper-ambitious shonen protagonist was popularized by characters like Goku, Japan was experiencing an unprecedented level of economic boom. The idea of a comfortable life promised to anyone who was willing to work hard enough. That ambition and drive echoing not just through characters like Goku, but the majority of shonen protagonists for the next 3 decades. But Denji comes from a different place. Denji is the living embodiment of being a young person cast out into the cold adult world, no safety net, no direction, just you and a society that feels like it does not want you there. This may also be the reason that Denji has resonated so much with the modern millennial Gen Z audience. As the planet dies and wealth gaps stretch ever wider, we watch as the standard of living enjoyed by our parents falls further and further away. The comforts taken as givens by previous generations, such as home ownership and a family, now feeling distant and alien. Denji feels like an expression of that. And again, this is all deeply rooted in experience. Fujimoto has talked about how when he left college, he was crammed into a tiny, sweltering $200 apartment with no air conditioning. Having no idea what to do or how to live, he just did what his editor told him to. And not only can you absolutely feel this in the panels of Denji wedged into his little hillside claustrophobic sadness shack, but also in how other people treat him. Early on in Chainsaw Man, Denji is constantly referred to as a dog, as someone who just follows whatever orders he's given without question. He is to other people a resource to be mined, literally, as in order to pay back a debt accrued by his now dead father, the Mafia has taken to both leasing Denji out to kill low-level devils as well as harvesting his organs. The one exception in Denji's life being Pochita, the tiny chainsaw devil and one stream of joy Denji has. Pochita and Denji struggling together to carve out whatever happiness they can. Any day that ends with the two sharing a single solitary slice of bread being considered a good one. The two together enduring this simultaneously sweet and brutal existence. But hey, at least things can only get better from here. The Mafia murder Denji and Pochita, cutting them into pieces, sacrificing them to a giant zombie
Jesus, no!
And that's Chainsaw Man, a story about how life is hard, so you shouldn't try. Oh, wait, no, hang on. There's actually loads of pages. Pochita his heart, sacrificing his own existence so that Denji can live, but under one condition. Denji must use his newfound powers to pursue his dreams. That contract creating the titular hero, Chainsaw Man. And so Denji is reborn into a new life, straight into the arms of Makima. A really cool and nice person who hires this 16-year-old boy to kill demons on behalf of the government, which is just a very normal thing to do, but also warning Denji that as a devil-human hybrid, he will need to prove himself useful or be put down. That to her, to the government, to everyone, he is a dog who exists only to follow orders. And so Denji is this person starting from zero, having lost the only thing in his life that meant anything to him, now with no idea who he is or how to even orientate himself in a wider world beyond just doing what he's told. And we've all been there, right? The horrifying bleakness of a world filled with empty horizons, where the want isn't the problem, it's figuring out what that want should even be. A bleakness Denji comes to understand when he learns fulfillment can not be reached through unlimited quantities of jammy bread and begins his journey of Maslow hierarchy of needsing his way towards more meaningful goals. The first one of those goals he finds on the floor of a filthy apartment. Denji's new ambition in life being to touch a boob.
Yeah, my boy.
Okay, so I have definitely just lost at least a couple of you, but I promise this goes somewhere meaningful and healthy. But unfortunately, I made a promise to myself a long time ago that I was never going to become one of those men on the internet trying to explain why his boob anime is actually super deep. So you're just gonna have to take my word for it. Anyway, let's look at how Chainsaw Man uses its supporting characters to— No, take that.
Yeah!
Down. No, I don't want to.
Why boob anime is actually deep?
Not long after Denji sets off on his titty quest, he's introduced to his new partner, Power, the Blood Devil. A devil in Chainsaw Man's world is a being created from a concept steeped in fear. The more people fear that concept, the stronger.
Oh my god, I love it.
Power specifically is
yes.
a devil
oh my god, it should be justified.
Who now has been captured by the government and, like Denji, must prove her worth as a devil hunter or be eliminated. And so, even though Power looks human, she really isn't. Power is like a wild animal trapped in a human body, leashed in a collar and tie, and you can see that in her design. Her clothes constantly ill-fitting and disheveled, like she doesn't really understand how to wear them or what their purpose is. If early Denji is defined by his struggle to understand what he wants, early Power is defined by knowing what she wants and being a fucking asshole about it. And to illustrate this point, here is a little section I like to call the many instances of Power being a goddamn nightmare. Power is rude. Power is a pathological liar. Power alters her own memory to win arguments.
Yeah!
Power is asked to eat her vegetables, grows irate. Power is asked to flush the toilet after use, grows irate. Power is asked to take a bath because she is disgusting, grows irate. Power secretly drinks her friend's blood while they sleep. Power will sometimes, for no reason at all, talk in an old English accent. Power is openly racist towards all humans. Power kills a man by accidentally hitting him with a car, immediately lies about it despite still sitting in the car, her hands still on the wheel. Power, halfway through Chainsaw Man, begins to refer to herself as the President. Power's allies are trapped in a horrifying death struggle. Power does not help, but instead decides she wants to win a Nobel Prize. A prize she will then use to become Prime Minister so she can implement a 100% sales tax to watch humanity suffer. Power is the worst. And I love her. The appeal
I love her
is watching
so
all the
much.
most intolerable parts of yourself. The gluttony, the narcissism, the constant craving for human blood, the total lack of any kind of self-awareness or empathy just be inflicted on every other character in the story. And not only is it entertaining to a quite ridiculous degree, it's also a great example of how Fujimoto's wide range of influences has contributed to some of the most compelling parts of his story. The actual inspiration for Power being Eric Cartman from South
What?
Park is that kind of
That's
nightmare.
so great.
All make her so
Oh my
good.
god.
She isn't. She's maybe the most popular character of Chainsaw Man. And I think that's because, just like Denji, Power has an exception. Nyako is a small starving cat Power meets on one of her naked forest murder rampages, but deciding Nyako is too skinny to eat, Power decides to fatten the cat up before devouring her, which never happens because after raising Nyako back to health, Power falls completely in love with her. And watching her realize this as she and Nyako stares into the night sky, Power absorbing the revelation that there is now a being outside of herself that she cares about, this was the panel where I started to realize, oh god, I think I really love this series. Because it's this moment you realize that—
Yeah, anime's good. You just have to find the good anime, like Chainsaw. I would, if you're ever willing to read, honestly, I'd suggest reading Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man is just one of the best mangas I've read ever. Or at least, like, okay, watch the anime, and once you're, like, all caught up on the anime, start reading the manga. Because the anime is just as good, it's just the manga is... The story in the manga is just so amazing. And the anime follows the manga perfectly, so it's not like you'll be lost, you know? Also, Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga is perfect, but I don't need to tell you that. You just need to watch Vinland Saga. Okay, just watch Vinland Saga. Watch Vinland Saga and Chainsaw Man. Okay, and you will have seen everything good in the world.
Trying to figure out what
Oh my god,
matters to her. And
I missed my fucking break. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? All right, I guess I'll just, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break real quick, okay?
Love this about how Fujimoto writes characters. No matter how dangerous or insane they are, most of them have this little exception written into
I'm
the
just
character
playing.
that humanizes every other.
You know what? Fuck it.
Love for his shithead grandfather, the three brothers' unhinged belief in nothing but each other, the fact that Kobani is just really good at Dance Dance Revolution. But my personal favorite example of this is Quan Chi.
Oh, Quan Chi's so cool.
Initially introduced as if the
She gets
entirety
bitches.
of humanity came together and held a bare knuckle fighting tournament, Quan Chi would take first place. Quan Chi is terrifying, possessing a horrifying strength and speed that lets her literally cut through all enemies and transform any conflict she's a part of into this hopeless, violent struggle for survival, flanked at all times by her deadly squadron of fiends, who she also has a bunch of sex with. That's all very fun, but I just fucking love how much humanity Fujimoto instills in Quan Chi in this one panel, where it's revealed that in exchange for taking on a dangerous mission, all Quan Chi wants is for her little lesbian zombie girlfriends to be granted human rights and a basic education, because she loves them and wants what's best for them. And it's such a small detail, but it transforms everything about how you understand this character and what drives her. Also, just her relationship with Kishiba and their little backstory, and it's so good. And just the picture of her watering her plants, she's so lovely. Just like Power, Quan Chi has this little humanizing exception to her, and it is that quality that leads to Power saying she'll let Denji touch her boob if he gets Nyako back from the giant bat devil. Yeah, I forgot we were talking about that too. Denji succeeds, and when Power lets him know that it's time for him to
Bomber Boy,
claim his
Chainsaw Man versus Bomberman. Oh my god, the best fight. That's my favorite part of the manga.
Well, a moment I'm not sure Ichi's going to be cool with, but it's important. Because this moment, it isn't sexy or intimate or anything. Rather, it just feels uncomfortable. And when it's over, Denji is left empty. If you've ever poured your entire being into obtaining something and are unfortunate enough to have gotten it, this moment likely hits a little hard. This realization that what's behind you didn't fulfill you like you hoped, and what's in front of you is now an empty horizon. That's the emptiness that fills Denji here, plummeting him into a basically but devastatingly relatable existential depression. Makima notices something is wrong,
and I'm
Denji
winning.
Tells her how disappointing his boob quest ended up being, how he now doesn't know how to orientate himself, scared that his life is going to be a conveyor belt of pursuit towards things that ultimately
Bomberman loves attention more than anything.
Is one of the most tender and
what the fuck? I never got that ability before.
In an anime. There is genuinely more sensuality in the subtle animation of Makima taking Denji's hand and caressing it, their fingers interlocking together, than there was in the entire 20 minutes of that one porn movie I watched that one time. It just wasn't my thing. As Makima explains to Denji that merely touching someone is one thing, but that intimacy,
over our
being with someone you know and love and understand every part of emotionally and physically, that is something quite different. An intimacy Makima promises Denji through a single wish she will grant him if he can do one thing: kill the Gun Devil, a supremely dangerous devil responsible for an atrocity that saw 1.2 million people killed in the span of years. And so Denji acquires a new goal: real romantic intimacy, bringing the boob arc to a close. But what's so special to me about this arc
It's
isn't
so
even what Denji
true.
learns about intimacy or how what he wants won't always be what will fulfill him, but something else. Check out this panel of Power and Denji not long after they first meet, and you can see the distance between them. Then the boob arc happens, and Denji learns that Power is not just titties, and is even able to relate her feelings towards Nyako to his feelings towards Pochita. All of a sudden, there's a connection. And from here, watch how differently the two start to be drawn together. Power often hanging affectionately from Denji as the two huddle together reading manga, or take naps cuddled up with Nyako, or be awful torment goblins to Aki, or help each other.
No.
This happens multiple times. There's a warmth in these panels conveyed through this subtle physical closeness that never feels romantic or weird. And after a while, it's like, oh, hey, wait. They're friends. I don't have brothers or sisters, so I don't know what that's like, but the majority of my close friends happen to be women, and when I look at these panels, it made me realize how rarely I see those relationships reflected in media. And I think if more media did what Chainsaw Man does, show a platonic male-female relationship as this fun and valuable thing, I think it would go a long way in sucking a lot of the poison and misogyny out of how people view this stuff. And what's cool is none of this is ever explicit or directly pointed out. It's just this really lovely
It's
thing
super weird how we write male-female relationships, by the way.
Physically act around each other.
Like, I've been thinking about it a lot lately, where one of my least favorite tropes is the romance dynamic of the male and female that just fucking hate each other. And I find it weird and gross because, like, it makes it seem like men and women aren't compatible, but they're also supposed to be with one another in a romantic way, but they also fucking hate each other, and it's just fucking weird. Like, why does it have to be so fucking toxic if they're supposed to be romantically involved? Why would you want to be with this person if you also fucking hate them? It's just weird, and I hate it. And I wish there was, I don't know, I just wish there was, like, more healthy relationships depicted in media. I get that, like, tension is needed for good storytelling, but I find that you can write good tension without having to write them being so toxic to one another. Like, there's good ways to write toxic relationships. It's just, I'm tired of, like, the trope and pretending that it's, not toxic either. That's what I fucking hate. It's like watching Friends. I fucking hate the dynamic between Ross and that one bitch. I don't remember her fucking name. But they try to make it like, oh yeah, they're meant to be together. They're meant to be together. When in reality, like, they clearly fucking hate one another, and they don't really show any signs of actual romance or care for one another, and they have constantly manipulated one another on multiple occasions. It's just weird and gross to me. I don't like that shit at all. And yeah, plus, like, whenever they write a female character in, and they always have to be, like, fucking together, and it's just fucking weird that they can't just be fucking friends. I hate it. I forgot to turn on my, on my alarm, so I was just playing Bomberman for, like, 12 minutes. No, 6 minutes, so I'm gonna get back to my drawing, and yeah. It's just weird. Yeah, I'm glad that you're willing to listen to me rant about tropes.
Changes, and so, towards the end of Chainsaw Man's first part, we know how much Power and Denji mean to each other, because we've been experiencing it through these panels the entire story. By the way, we are talking about part 1 today. I probably should have mentioned that. If you'd like to know my thoughts on part 2, meet me back here in, I don't know, let's say 3 years. Denji's trying to fulfill this basic
Colonel
urge,
Bomb
but then
moment.
comes out of it
Yeah.
with a rudimentary understanding of the difference between plutonic and romantic love. And that's insane, but that's Chainsaw Man. It's not a story of escalating power levels or the acquisition of new abilities, but of this person starting from zero, learning what it is to be human. And one scene that illustrates this so beautifully is when Makima takes Denji to the cinema, and the two spend the entire day watching movies.
Oh god, fuck. Oh god, this is one of my favorite scenes in Chainsaw Man I've ever seen. I've never seen such a more beautiful scene in Chainsaw Man than this. Like this is not in the anime yet, but I'm really excited. I don't know what it would improve that the manga already did in this scene. Maybe like the sounds and music, probably, but I don't know. This is a scene that doesn't even need to be adapted, honestly. It's just a good scene, like in manga.
Notices something. He's not really having the same reaction as the other people around him, and he worries that he's not like other people, that he doesn't feel emotion the same way. But then he also notices that Makima is not having that same reaction either. After each film, they discuss what they liked and didn't like about it, until finally they sit in an empty cinema in front of the final movie. And Denji sits there, waiting for the film to be over, when suddenly, for reasons he doesn't quite understand, a scene from this movie hits him, and he's shocked when he begins to feel tears roll down his face. He glances at Makima, terrified she'll see him crying, only to see tears streaking her face as well. It's a beautiful moment, one central not just to Makima and Denji's relationship, but Chainsaw Man as a whole. This chapter blew me the fuck away. I have never seen a series about something like a boy made of chainsaws beating the shit out of monsters do something as wild and beautiful as spend an entire chapter on the emotional power of art. But that's what's special about Chainsaw Man. Through all the insanity, it is this journey of just fucking learning to be human. But critically, it's not just Denji on that journey. Next to Denji in power, Aki is strange. A delicate right choice. He's not emotional or wacky. He's calm, his actions instead coming from this cold, calculated place of logic. There's a scene in episode 4 that conveys this really excellently, where we spend 2 entire silent minutes just watching Aki go through his morning routine. We watch him grind the beans for his morning coffee and enjoy a cigarette in contemplative silence.
Oh crap, I forgot I drew clothes.
No! Meticulous, measured sense of purpose, giving this beautiful insight into his tight, structured internal world. But there's something a little sad about it too. Everything Aki owns serves a direct function, either in the preparation of food or maintenance of the apartment. But Aki has no pictures on his walls. Nothing he has says anything about who he is, what his interests are, or if he has any friends. The closest thing he has to any decoration is the clutter of official-looking documents taped to his fridge, and that's because to Aki, his home isn't really a home. It's just a tool that allows him to eat and sleep, all in pursuit of the only thing he really cares about. When Aki was a child, he watched his family obliterated by the gun devil, and now his single driving motivation is revenge for that act. And to Aki, if something in his life isn't directly helping him achieve that goal, it carries no meaning, whether that's Denji, power, his apartment, or his own mortality, the cursed sword he fights with, shaving literal years off his life. But just like Denji, just like power,
Where is it?
Aki has an exception. It's hard to know what to make of Himino when we first meet her. loud, boisterous, inappropriate. She's constantly
Yeah.
other members of the cast. But it's not long before that veneer slips away and we peer into something sadder. When Aki first meets Himeno, she's burying her 6th partner, who Aki is now replacing. The closeness Himeno forces with others likely coming from the fear that as devil hunters, she could lose them at any moment, and so is just trying to make the most of her time.
Oh my god, my fucking...
Having one request from Aki.
Quip Studio Paint always just wants to crash. It just wants to die. I think Quip Studio Paint is suicidal.
One person he lowers his guard around and enjoys life with. And through a series of flashbacks, you start to see how this relationship has shaped Aki. Like one scene where Himeno tells Aki that if they're going to be partners, he's going to need to take up smoking so that she has someone to smoke with. Aki protests, saying cigarettes rot your bones, before finally giving in and saying that this one time he will smoke.
Oh my god, my
first
computer's being
last
glitchy again. Oh my god, stop
and
it.
then smash cut to years later, Aki anxiously asking Himeno if she has any cigarettes left. I love this. It's funny and it's such a small moment, but it contains so much of what Chainsaw Man is. Up until now, we've just seen Aki smoking as an Aki thing, as something he does, but
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Okay. God, I fucking hate this shit. I hate how slow my computer is.
In that behavior, but it's not just that. Aki's drinking, his piercings, his eventual realization that
Quip
just
Studio
existing
Pain.
for the
True.
people you love can
It's
be
so
enough.
bad.
These are all the ways that Himeno has shaped Aki. She is responsible for the most human parts of him.
I just want to like change the lighting
So
of this
in
model so I have a
Denji
good
Aki,
lighting
you have
reference.
these 3 characters, each of whom have this exception, this person who made them double back on who they thought they were. Pochita telling Denji to pursue his dreams, Nyako exposing power to the fact that other beings exist, Himeno imparting on Aki how cool smoking is, also that other people are important or whatever. Individually, each one of these stories is great, but the real joy of Chainsaw Man is watching what happens when Makima orders Power and Denji to move in with Aki, and they hate each other. Aki despises Denji. Seeing Denji's pathetic ambitions for becoming a devil hunter, the pursuit of girls, and jam as an insult to everything he's lost, and Power as one of the disgusting creatures who took his world away, while Denji sees Aki as just one more asshole authority trying to leash him, and Power viewing them both as, well, any living thing outside her and Nyako as expendable sacks of meat. But slowly, you start to see these little concessions, like Aki offering Power and
Oh my god.
them to calm the fuck down. And
It's so
slight, but
cute.
it's the first time we see any real compromise between the 3, and gradually those compromises become more meaningful, begrudgingly at first, like Power using her blood magic to clot Aki's wound because it's just easier than cooking her own meals. And slowly, the same way we watch Power and Denji's relationship transform, we watch the same thing happen Denji, Aki, and Power. They share meals together. They get in silly arguments about things that could not possibly matter. They take trips together. They even comfort each other. Like this panel of Denji and Power all sleeping in the same bed because Power has started having nightmares and is scared to sleep alone. Someone on my Discord recently said how a lot of the appeal of Chainsaw Man is getting to sit around a table with these 3 idiots. And I agree with that, because it's in those moments you realize not just, oh, hey, they've become a weird little family, but something more. These 3 characters have become each other's exceptions. A core message running through Chainsaw Man being that the people you love will change you. And we saw that in the moment with Aki and the cigarette, but the most beautiful example of it in the entire story comes when... slight spoilers here, if that's something...
Get out of here, Zai, if you don't want to see this. Cover your ears. Cover your ears.
Grave.
Cover your ears, Zai. Cover your eyes.
2 days being goddamn little
you don't want to be spoiled.
Goblins. And so by the final night, Aki just sits there alone, staring out at the snow. And when Denji comes to join him, Aki tells Denji how awful this trip is every year, how it brings back the memories of everything and everyone he's lost. But how this year, he was so busy trying to wrangle Power and Denji, he just didn't have time to think about any of that. The next day, Aki puts in a request to withdraw himself, Denji, and Power from the hunt for the Gun Devil, because the Gun Devil isn't what matters to him anymore. All that matters is existing for the people he loves. And you realize Chainsaw Man was never a story about fighting a monster made of guns. It was a story about these three people becoming more human through each other. That's why when the first trailer for Chainsaw Man dropped and I saw this shot, this one fucking beautiful, glorious shot, I thought, oh god, someone at Studio Mappa gives a shit. There is an understanding here of what Chainsaw Man is. And this brings us to a question you will likely be asking if you've never experienced this series. Do you read the manga or...
Oh, I don't fucking know,
and
honestly.
The answer is both. But
yeah.
The manga. But it's complicated. Okay, so before I make some enemies here, I just want to say a manga as good as Chainsaw Man is rare, but then having that manga adapted into an anime adaptation to this level of quality, that is an occurrence so unlikely and joyous it deserves its own goddamn national holiday. And the criticisms I am going to level against it are honestly more emblematic of just how difficult the process of adaptation is, rather than a direct failing of Studio Mappa. But first, let's throw the anime its flowers. The best thing any anime adaptation can do is not just translate the source material, but elevate it. The process of anime adaptation means inherently fighting from a deficit, and so using the strengths of sound, motion, and color to express parts of the story world and characters not possible in manga is key to any anime adaptation justifying its own existence. And one immediate and powerful way the Chainsaw Man anime does this is through its voice acting. Tomori Kusunoki injects each one of Makima's lines with the subtle seductive control and power of a snake about to rip into a mouse. Kenjiro Suda growls Kashiba's dialogue like he's just spent the night gargling rocks and now really needs a coffee, while Feruz Ai delivers Power's speech with the unrestrained energy of a Muppet that's just set itself on fire, which means she killed it. It all builds on these characters, letting you experience them in a way not possible through manga, and that goes double for the animation. Let's look at the animation on Power. In the manga, there's this suggestion that Power is constantly in motion with this frenetic fidget energy, but in a medium of still images, you're limited in how to express that idea, resulting in panels like this one. But in animation, you can go buck wild, capturing the tiny, frantic nuances of how Power moves, how easily she gets distracted by her surroundings, inserting little yawns to show her limited attention span, or the frantic fashion in which she dashes away the moment something grabs her attention. And it's not just a case of, oh, these scenes look nice or are animated well, but how they inform you on just how fucking annoying Power is to be around, which in turn makes it even more meaningful when Aki and Denji start to cross that barrier. I'd say the same for Kobani, the animation capturing what an absolute little pissing mess she is in a way that's not really possible through still images. Backing up that animation is some incredible storyboarding. It really feels like the storyboard artists put each tiny panel under a microscope and asked themselves, how do we make this feel fucking awesome? Meaning even kind of nothing shots like an old man sitting in a car turn into this. And I just watched episode 9, and while I need to stop adding parts to this video or I will lose my fucking mind, I just had to say what a absolutely incredible piece of cinema that was. 22 minutes of horrific carnage shot, directed, and animated to a standard
God,
I just don't
it's
know I've
so
seen in
good.
televised anime. The most egregious use of 3D was never bad enough to pull me out of the moment, and even if the show's ambition occasionally outstripped its production, I'd much rather see an anime try and fail at something interesting rather than endure a parade of mid-shots. I've seen complaints about the show's color palette, and to those people I say, you are insane, and I respectfully disagree. Chainsaw Man's desaturated, washed out world...
No, I love the color palettes. Yeah, the color palettes are
It
perfect.
just feels harsh and dirty and real, much like our own. The grimness of Chainsaw Man's art
What?
direction,
Okay,
not
good.
allowing us to forget that this is a world just as vile and violent as ours. Which brings us conveniently to possibly the biggest way the anime elevates the material of the manga. Chainsaw Man's battles are not like other shonen. Rather than the drawn-out mind games of a resourceful young protagonist outwitting his opponents, which, no hate, I also love, Chainsaw Man's fights feel like kaiju battles on speed. Vile, gory wars of attrition between two monsters tearing each other to pieces. Fights in Chainsaw Man feel more like car crashes than battles, with delicate characters that can usually only endure one or two major attacks before dying, meaning fights are often over very quickly, rarely lasting longer than a single chapter. And these battles are fun, but I get the feeling they are secondary to Fujimoto. Unlike a lot of traditional shonen, the fights feel more like the result of the story, not the reason for it, and so are appropriately brief. But this is where the anime shines, blowing out those brief encounters into full-on Twitter-crashing spectacles of beauty and chaos, accenting those
What?
showdowns with spectacular levels of animated destruction as the world buckles and breaks under the sheer force of these characters. The abilities those characters use also seeing an incredible amount of creativity in how they're interpreted, such as pushing the camera through Aki's fingers for his fox demon attack like we're sliding into a dimension where a creature this dangerous and frightening could exist. But I think the coolest thing the anime does with the battles is just straight up adding entirely new sections to them that fit so well I had to actually go back and check that they weren't in the original. Like the Bat Devil creating a wall of smoke and then diving through it to attack Denji. And while there's only 7 episodes out at the time of writing this, seeing the battles of Chainsaw Man come to life like this makes me so excited for the showdown with the Bomb Devil.
It's so gonna be so good. Oh, it's gonna be so
But I
good.
think out of everything,
Oh, these are gonna be so good. The fights are gonna be so fucking good.
the strongest recommendation I could give is that, you know that morning routine scene of Aki we talked about? Well, this is exclusive to the anime. It doesn't happen in the manga, making it the official Super Eye Patch Wolf best anime filler of all time. Because think about the people who had to stand up in front of producers and directors and argue for the inclusion of a scene this subtle and the hundreds of man-hours it would take to complete. Why? Why do you put yourself through that? And the answer is because you give a fuck. You understand and love this character and want to express something about them. And that same love can be felt everywhere in each second, from the goddamn spectacular opening scene to the custom ending sequences for each episode. Which is all why recommending the anime over the manga should be so easy. And yet it isn't. Okay, so there's 2 sides to this. One I am really relishing the opportunity to talk about, and one I am not. Let's start with the latter. There's been multiple allegations of poor working conditions and unlivable wages from inside Studio Mappa.
No!
Look, I'm not going to pretend I have a solution to that or that this isn't part of a much bigger, more systemic problem with the Japanese animation industry that I, quite honestly, am not equipped to have a proper conversation about right now. But if the video game industry is any indication, this stuff only starts to get better when people start talking about it. The pedantic criticisms I'm about to make aside, I respect the living shit out of the artists who made this production, and I'd just rather enjoy their work knowing they got paid what they deserved and worked comfortably. No, I did not enjoy that either. I think the Chainsaw Man anime is a fantastic production, but I also think it's a really fascinating case study as to why it's so difficult to adapt any manga that's been created at the highest level. And maybe that sounds weird, the highest level, considering earlier this video I said his drawings occasionally feeling rushed and incomplete. But what I mean is, in terms of drawing a character within a panel, there are stronger, more consistent artists. But in terms of combining those panels into a page and using the layout of that page to say something, this is where Fujimoto is one of the
I'm so glad I said this, saying this.
Anime struggles to keep up. Fujimoto has this really playful relationship with the page layout.
How much longer is this video?
Delight to experience. Fuck. He knows when to lock a camera in place.
Unfortunately,
and beat by beat feed you each tiny splinter of action. He knows how to create compositions that are thick with.
Jesus. Okay, so I'm done with my work hours right now, and I was thinking of like stopping the stream after this, but after how much fun I've been having with this video, I'm willing to let it. Would you mind if I ended the stream right now, or would you be okay with coming back tomorrow and finishing the rest of this video with me? What would you think, Azai? Or would you rather finish the video right now? Alright, I'll wait. I don't mind either way. Would you be able to make it tomorrow at all? I think like one way that would probably help you if you want to watch the stream tomorrow would be to turn on the bell notification on the subscribe, so you won't miss it. I'll try like, if you're late, I'll try to like not play it until you get here if you enjoyed the video. But yeah. Oh my gosh. Because I need to go for a walk, and I'm gonna make myself dinner. And there's just other stuff I think I was gonna do today. Oh, fuck. No. Oh, I forgot. Okay. I'd have to check Discord, to be honest. I just have to check Discord. That's fair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. Alright, well, I guess I'll head out right now, and yeah. That was a really good video. Holy shit. I need to do some stuff anyway. So yeah, thank you for watching the stream. This has been really, really, really fun for me, doing shit like this a lot, just having fun drawing. But I need to get off right now so I can not pass out, and also finish take my fucking medication, which I forgot to take right now. Holy shit. See ya. Bye. Stop recording. Stop streaming! Oh my god! Stop it!
Hallway of dismembered
Stop it! No problem.